Hello.
Hello there.
You're nice and loud.
Am I?
Yeah.
No.
That might be my settings, of course.
That's your volume setting, because it's not like I haven't even got my external mic on.
Right.
So.
Can I be a real pain? Can I ask you to activate share screen for me, please? In settings.
Good luck with that. No, you can't, because I can't fucking find it. Oh, hang on. Maybe the one participant can share at a time. It is activated.
Thank you very much.
It was already activated, apparently. As far as I can tell.
Host disabled participant screen sharing.
Oh, which means what I've just clicked has disabled it, but it was already... Right. That's the opposite. So now it should...
Hold on. That's done something. I'm not sure what yet. No. Host disabled participant screen sharing.
Well, your own choices is only host or all participants.
All participants then.
Right, who can start sharing when someone else is sharing? I'll just click all fucking participants. How many participants can share at the same time? One. Or do I put multiple? Fuck it, no one's going to be doing it there. I'll just click multiple and then it should.
Yeah. You saved that?
It's having a dicky fit now.
Right, I've got it. Yeah, spot on. So what I now need to do is go to that. That's going to be interesting. Right, hold on. Right, if I do that, and then do that, how does that look to you?
I've gone all a bit weird here because now pictures have gone to the side, but
yeah,
I mean, it says map webinar.
Right, okay.
However, now I'm fucked if I know what I'm supposed to do to click all the stuff, so hey-oh.
Hold on, there you go. I'm out of screen share for now.
Right, okay. Yeah. I'm losing the plot here. What was I thinking then? I don't know. I'll just go back to my other window. I've got something downloading, so I need to make sure it downloads. Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
I've just paid out a not insignificant amount of money, but added to the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp tomorrow will be a basic 20-part professionally filmed video and audio and backed up visual PDF photographic guide. And then an advanced level as well, teaching everybody, I'm saying this because some people can probably hear, teaching the use of Zoom, YouTube video streaming, Facebook Live video streaming and Facebook video groups, which have just been brought in, and Google video streaming.
Hangouts.
Teaching how to do it through simple 20-part step-by-step videos and audio and manuals. And that's all going into the bootcamp for free. Although people who are not in the bootcamp will be paying around $100 for that alone.
Fantastic. Yeah, very nice. I look forward to watching that tomorrow.
Yeah, and I've also just bought the rights in a video and audio manual training section. I've got everything else in there, but anyone who's in the bootcamp will see there's Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, every social media you can think of. There's training videos, manuals, how to use it best. However, there wasn't in there, despite them being available for a while, but they've all been crap that have been available up till now. There wasn't anything on using TikTok for marketing your business.
Don't worry about that at the moment.
Well, there is, because it'll be in the boot camp in the morning.
Right. There's stuff that I'm going to cover this evening that will get people started on why. There's so much, and it's not so much nested stories. It's more like a bloody stack of Russian dolls tonight. But I've got a PDF with all the links that people need, which I will upload to the group later. So no need to take notes. And
cool.
We'll leave chat on tonight, and I will stop the presentation as needed. Can you hear my fan at this end?
Well, Jerome Johnson can. He said he does have a fan running. Outstanding. Yeah. If I listen carefully, I can remember I'm deaf in one ear. If I really concentrate, that's like...
Yeah, right. I'll knock it off as we start then.
I wouldn't say, but there again, I'm deaf in one ear, so I'm not really the person to ask as to whether...
No, I suppose not.
Really? You know? Slightly better. So now I've knocked my laptop back so it cuts off the top of my head because I can't put the lid back far enough.
Right, Jerome said he can hear us just fine, so that's good. But I will turn the fan off. It's just the office has been absolutely roasting today. More so than normal.
It has been a tad warm.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I keep hitting the wrong things. Don't worry. Just ignore me and carry on at the moment until we get close. Well,
I knew I should have posted it myself.
Well, no, just before 8 o'clock, I'll introduce you, and then, here he is! Hey, I can do that. Spotlight, spotlight. I've worked that much out. May I point out for anyone watching, I haven't yet watched the complete Zoom video training set. Part of the reason I bought them and the rights to be able to supply them to everyone is that I can have a study of them.
I've done a fair bit of research, but I'm still nowhere close. I did the Joel Bauer course on Zoom, which isn't probably the way that Zoom teaches how to use Zoom. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it won't be.
No, not saying that it's a bad thing or a good thing. I'm just saying, Joel is a multi-millionaire internet marketer, and he does things his own way, very much so.
So do I. People have probably guessed. What am I doing here? I'm trying to see if they fucking responded to me yet.
Oh, whilst you're there,
yeah.
Have you read As One Stage Door Closes, the story of John Wade, jobbing conjurer?
No, but I've read John Wade's, oh, bloody hell. I've forgotten what it's called, but it's not to be a compare, but it might be beyond no. John Wade, I'm having a mental block. You know, my brain's not working today. Normally I've got photographic memory.
You have.
I've been sat in the sun, I'm telling you. Oh, The Trade of the Tricks, John Wade.
All right.
Which got like cartoon caricature on the front with it's like an autobiographical book, but that I haven't, unless that's the same book re-released under a different name.
Right. I'll get it over to you at some point soon.
Well, don't worry, no rush at the minute. I've got about 6 books sat in that drawer that are all kind of cool readified. I've got the big massive fuck off EMDR book that, as much as I slagged it off having looked at it, I will still read, because when I say to people that I do study stuff so that they don't have to, you know I'm a sad fucker, and I will actually read it, even though it's shit. And I've got about 20 Dan Kennedy books to get through.
Oh, good God. And there's a parcel on its way to you.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, it's you who's this mystery parcel that Rach said there's a parcel company, but she won't tell me what it is.
I don't know if Rachel knows what it is. She knows there's a parcel, but I don't know if she actually knows what it is.
I don't know if this is the same thing, but
Yeah.
Well, in any event, she won't tell me who was sending it or what it is.
If you can't work out what it's for, let me know.
Okay.
It's one of those.
Okay. Come on.
If you can't work out what it's for, but you don't know why, then let me know.
People will be very curious now as to what the hell we're on about.
Oh.
Well, let's put it this way. I am. And then I've got them ordered about another 100 odd quid's worth of books today, and that's only 2 books. Magic books. Oh dear.
Oh, mind you, what I spent today on, well, that parcel that's arrived today, that was about 40 odd quid's worth of books and DVDs.
Cool.
There's another 30 odd quid's worth that I bought today. All for the big plan, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, lots of training to get through. So,
well, plenty of time.
I just wish Courier's PC World would send me my state-of-the-art, top-of-the-range, nice webcam that they keep promising me. It's been 2 weeks since I paid for it. Not arrived.
Would have been better off ordering all. I'm seriously.
Yeah.
There was nothing wrong with the picture quality of what I had.
No.
16 quid including delivery. And it was here within 3 days. Magic tricks, you decide.
I just decided that, yeah, it was going to be the best quality for the best price possible. Well, best quality, not necessarily for the best price. And, yeah, I went for Logitech, you know, the professional, all singing, all dancing one.
You're paying for the name. I read reviews online.
Right.
And to be honest, if we weren't in the climate we're in and things weren't held up, the one I've got, you could have for 6 quid if you wait for 2 weeks for it to come from China.
Oh, right, yeah.
Just because I ticked the box going UK only.
Yeah.
I wanted it here. And I ordered another one actually the other day, and it's the spitting image of the Logitech, but it doesn't have the Logitech branding on it.
Yeah.
Now that one cost me, in fairness, that one cost me $18.99. But I didn't buy it for me. I bought it for Ashes for when she's got to do these online auditions.
Well, at this rate, it'll be going straight back when it arrives. There's 2 weeks of waiting is starting to wind me up slightly. They've had 2 messages and they've not responded to either one. So, and yet those parcels were bought on Sunday and arrived today.
They're normally reasonably quick couriers and stuff.
Yeah, well, for whatever reason, 2 weeks, and like I say, no response. So.
Excuse me.
What I will do before we start is I'll nip through to the kitchen and grab another beer.
Good man, good plan.
We're on Blueberry at the moment.
Oh, real ale.
Yeah. And I think there's a double chocolate stout and a couple of ciders or something in the...
Oh, nice.
So...
Well, unless Marcus is going to... Oh, no, it's all right. If for some reason you run out of beer and you need to get another one, just let me know and I'll spotlight myself and talk shite for 5 minutes while you can get. Well, not shite, quality, high quality information, but as I call it, shite.
Well, I've got a sneaking suspicion that you'll be filling in any gaps that I've left open. Not necessarily because I haven't covered them, because you'll have come up with other ideas anyhow. And we can always open up a Q&A session on camera.
Towards the end, yeah?
Yeah.
And spotlight people control, because we're recording it, and then that way...
People don't have to use the cameras as long as they've got a microphone. And if they haven't got a microphone, they can tap into the question box and we can do it that way.
We've got 7 people here in a minute, but don't worry, because when I've been doing my nights, there's only been like 10 people up till about 5 to the hour we were starting, and then suddenly it's gone 10, 20, 30. We should have at least 20. The number of yeses. Then I've emailed everyone and put it on Facebook as well.
We didn't give a lot of info and notice on this one, so it's not as if people have been able to rearrange things. It's
not being funny. What would they be doing?
Well, some people do have to work for a living.
Very few of them at the moment. Pleasant. No, the pleasant. It's not pleasant. The present even climate. That's lesser of a. Isn't it? There we go.
Well, I've got a feeling. Do you know if we've got anybody in the San Diego area with us?
San Diego specifically? No, I don't know.
California.
But we've got people. Well, I don't know if with us right now. Let me have a look. Elizabeth, there's Fisher Island. Omar's in. I don't know. It's Omar. Omar, you're in America, are you? I don't know, something in my head says you're in America. He may not be in the room.
Yes, sir. Is that?
Yeah, no, he says he's there, but he might not be at the moment. He might be online.
Right, Omar, I may have a
wonderful
marketing idea for you in Texas then. It's not going to be ideal for everybody, this. Or, what we've got? We've got Ohio from Jerome. Brilliant. You know, it's a case of take these ideas and adapt them. Use them as you see fit. At the end of the day, if you walk away from 2 hours of sitting listening to me and you only have one idea that you can use that makes you money.
Well, don't give them the ideas yet. We don't officially start.
Oh, I'm not giving anybody any ideas yet. I'm just... And I've had to leave the door open to the office in case Campari the Hypno Cat wants to come through and join us. Otherwise, all you'll hear all night is scratching on the door.
Well, yeah. Why is mother at work?
Yes, I'm babysitting. Although, to be fair, with the fan running, probably won't come through, but we'll see.
Well, apparently today, it's all over the news. Fingers crossed it happens, but we know there's so much propaganda occurs, so... But in theory, hopefully, there will be agreeing, Bojo, Boris, and various other leaders from certain European countries, air bridges, so we don't have to do the bloody 2 weeks quarantine when we get back from certain places.
Right.
Yeah. Don't tell anyone. We're only on a webinar, but see. As of today, I guarantee, with them having announced that and put it out, that prices of holidays are going upwards.
Oh, God, yeah.
And the moment Bojo actually says, we have done the air bridge to Spain, which is being predicted to be at the next thing in 3 weeks' time, then they'll go up in price again.
Yep.
some wise individual took, well, hopefully, if not, I did it on credit card, although I paid it off. Pay it in full, as Money Saving Expert says. But if you pay on credit card for a holiday and shit doesn't happen, you cover via the credit card, not just Apple. Yeah, booked to middle of August knowledge to go back to Salute to the House of Illusion again.
Oh, very nice.
And got it for the most ridiculously low price. I know today alone it's already practically double the price. When he announces there's an air bridge, it'll be like triple the price. Go on, where's my downloads link then?
The way things are going at the moment, I may just say it and grab the tent and a sleeping bag and bugger off to Scarborough for a couple of days. Yeah, just sort of, you know, no technology time.
That's a grey area. You'd technically be breaking the law at the moment. You're all right for travelling wherever you want.
Yeah.
You're all right for travelling for exercise. You're all right for being in parks, blah, blah, for the place that you would be that you'd consider camping. But it's not okay to go and stay somewhere else at the moment.
Ah, yeah.
3 weeks' time, though, it will be, I reckon.
I could just do with a break from technology right now. He says about to start a webinar on how to use technology to make money.
About another 5 minutes, and then I'll...
Oh, go and get a beer then.
Yeah, well, yeah, you definitely need to get your beer. There's 10 of us now, but give it another 5 minutes, and we should be into the more like 20.
Fantastic. Brilliant stuff.
I hope so anyway, because I contacted everyone, emailed, Facebook, reminders everywhere.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing today?
Very well, thanks. Who's that?
It's James.
Hi, James. So I just hear voices. Well, that sounds awful. I just hear voices. I don't get to see who's talking unless we've got it set up on, I think there's a way of doing it, highlight or similar that shows us who's speaking.
No.
I'll
It's
know how
fine.
to do that tomorrow when I've uploaded the training videos.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Go on, there we go. Downloaded that. For the 4 minutes, then I will intro you.
We're on 14 and counting.
TikTok, so I need the Zoom.
I went for the sticky toffee pudding beer.
Ooh. Sticky toffee pudding beer, eh?
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Rather nice. So, right, turn this fan off. Brian says sticky toffee pudding, sticky toffee fudge cake is great. It's probably just as nice as the beer.
Oh, can't beat it. Combine a good dessert with a good beer, alcoholic dessert or dessert beer, whichever
Let's
way.
say there's a chocolate stout in the fridge for later, and a waggle dance, which is honey based. So, and if that doesn't last, there's a bottle of red wine knocking around as well. So.
Excellent. Leave that alone. We've got 2-3 more minutes before I get introducing you, sir. But then it'll make it easier for me to just, I'll know where to chop off the start of the...
Oh, you're not going to leave everybody with the
general
behind the
chat?
scenes bit?
Well, yeah, you know what? May as well, saves editing. All you got to do is, you know, anywhere it goes, just put one sentence saying, no holds barred, nothing cut out, makes it sound better.
Yes.
For them to respond to me and tell me why I've not got my download link for the advanced video training set. I've not yet received the bloody videos for YouTube video streaming or Google video streaming. How dare they? I paid for them. Right. We have about another... good God, here we go. For editing purposes. Yes. Actually, according to my laptop and my office clocks, it is 8 o'clock PM, 2000 hours UK time. I predicted we'd be at least 20 participants by now, and we are. I also predict that by about 10 past, we'll be at nearer to 30 participants, because that's exactly what's been happening over the past few days. We're very fortunate. This is completely unplanned. All I'm going to say is this: take notes as much as you can, because I'm not sure what's going to happen in terms of getting access to this. It is being recorded, yes. I suspect it'll only be those of you who are in the Elite Hypnosis Bootcamp will be able to access it. And in that regards, the bootcamp offer thingy, which is in the group, does end at midnight tomorrow. So there's nothing else for me to say at the minute. I may occasionally chirp in if I get asked to, or if something massively jumps into my head, but where possible, I'm just going to keep quiet unless I get asked or got any other thoughts. In which case, it is my pleasure to welcome my friend, my colleague, I've told you before, is also the godfather of my daughter. We don't always agree on everything in terms of marketing, but it does tend to be the majority of the time that, and he'll argue about this, and he'll make a joke about this, I'm sure, after. But the majority of the time, not all the time, notice I say not all the time, but the majority of the time, the things he doesn't agree with, I prove him wrong on. The leaflet being an example that we covered during the course. Sometimes you have to step away from being an award-winning graphic designer, which he is. This is part of his build-up. He is an award-winning published graphic designer. He can tell you about that. One of the world's leading experts on Photoshop has published Stuart's work. And he has won awards in competitions that guy runs. It's all totally truthful. This is not hype bullshit. It's fact. You can check it out. And he has put together websites for famous names in this industry. And that's the key phrase, in this industry. He's advertised custom bespoke leaflets, posters, publicity materials galore for people in this industry. And that's the key. So I'm going to say no more as I welcome to the screen. I know you're silent, but if you can virtually clap, please welcome to the webinar for this evening, Mr. Stuart Harrison Cassels.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And welcome, guys and girls. Oh, look at that. We're getting clap, clap, clap in the chat menu. Right. Okay. Yes. Who am I to talk to you about marketing and what we're going to talk about tonight? First of all, yes, I do I do a lot of Photoshop work. I worked for many years in the entertainment industry and the hospitality industry, which is where I met Alex Jonathan, originally doing one of his hypno shows, comedy hypnosis shows, many years ago in a lovely venue called the Carousel Bar. One of the venues that I ended up running for a while. That's by the by. But I worked for a very large events company running hot air balloon festivals. And during that time, I progressed through the company. I did a lot of work for them, both on the promotional side and also the health and safety side, working with most councils around the country, police services, fire services, etc. I wrote massive manuals on the health and safety of balloon flying for events and so on, and thoroughly loved the job for a while. And as always, high stress jobs come with burnout, and I got to the stage where one day I said enough's enough, and I walked away from the job. At the time, it worried me completely. I had absolutely no income from that day forward, and I just wasn't in the mood to play. So what I did was I went and got myself a copy of Photoshop, because I love photography, always have done, always had an interest in art, and I bought a copy of Photoshop. I say copy, an edition, genuine, not a knockoff copy. And it wasn't pirated, let's say that. Genuine Adobe Photoshop, and I spent probably about 6 months just learning Photoshop from various sources, including a wonderful guy who is an expert on Photoshop called Steve Kaplan. Now, if any of you really want to learn Photoshop, I would recommend buying all of Steve's books on the subject: How to Cheat in Photoshop, 3D Objects in Photoshop, and Design and Marketing in Photoshop, or similar titles. They're all on the other side of the office right now, so I won't dive over and grab them all and show you. If you do get How to Cheat in Photoshop, you will find that the book, which is one of the leading books in Photoshop, does contain some of my artwork. Steve Kaplan runs a weekly competition on his website, inviting people who have read his book to submit artwork, and he then critiques it, gives you feedback, gives you ways to improve it. He was very kind to critique and give me advice on the first ever book cover I published, which was a biography on the life of a drag queen, Sapphire Dior, one of Manchester's big names in drag. And he gave me some wonderful advice for free, and really appreciative of that all the way through. But yeah, if you are interested in Photoshop, go and get his books before you buy anything else. He's an absolute star on it. He'll teach you how to do all the shortcuts that you need to do, and how to get to where you need to go, and how to set up Photoshop. However, if you don't want to spend lots and lots of money on Photoshop, I'm always available to do the jobs for you. If the jobs are too small, or it's something that doesn't interest me, or I haven't got any knowledge of it, then I will be honest with you and I will tell you. As I mentioned a couple of days ago, I am of the opinion that I will only take on jobs that I feel qualified to do so. I will never build a website for somebody who wants to run a car hire firm, because I have no knowledge of car hire. I do have knowledge of the hypnosis industry, both in the entertainment side and the therapy side. Thanks very much to Alex, who trained me many years ago, 10, 12 years ago now. He started teaching me, if not longer. It just seems much longer, in fact, thinking about it, because Ashley's 10. So yes, it would be, gosh,
11 this year in August.
11. It's probably 15, 16 years then, since we first started talking hypnosis. I did have background in entertainment before that. My stepfather was a kids entertainer. I dabbled with magic of the performing variety. And just keep me busy, keep my hand in. I still enter magic competitions and also run a tarot website for events, just to get me out the house and away from the computer for trade shows, etc. Love doing that. That's a sideline, which we may or may not talk about later. There's something that's running through my head on that, but we'll come to that later, perhaps. So, yes, that's basically where I'm at. I am quite happy to turn down work, because there is a lot of work in my way at the moment. I'm currently building 3 websites, one for a celebrity in America. We won't mention names, but that should be finished in the next week or so. And we've already got an inquiry for doing them a second website. So nice and busy. They are hypnosis based, let's say. I've also got obviously a lot of training consultation, which I will discuss as we go along. And also I'm currently writing a couple of books and also doing a bit of filming on top of that for my own products and guides, which is where we're going to talk about today, is how to make money using passive systems, how to use technology to get the job done quickly and easily. I've spent many hundreds of hours researching different software. I spent hundreds, thousands, probably even more, probably tens of thousands of pounds buying software so that I know which software works and which ones don't, which is best, which isn't. And that's also that after today, you don't have to. Because after today, I'm not going to give you the secrets to how I build a website, because that's by the by, but I'm going to teach you how to use your websites effectively. And once you've paid for your website once, never pay for them again. There's no monthly fee of renting the website off me, as some website developers do. There's no charge on keeping the website going with a maintenance fee. Once you've paid me the one-off fee for your Elite Hypnosis websites kit, if you choose to do so, and the clock is ticking, you've got a week, for those of you who are watching live, a week today to buy them. Once you bought them, that's it. You never have to pay me another penny again if you don't want to. If you want to come to me for leaflets, have a chat. If you want advice on anything, as long as you're not ringing me up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with the most stupid questions, or asking me for advice but actually hoping that I'll get the job done for you for free, I will quite happily give you advice if you're in on this call or you're part of the boot camp. Advice is always free. Once the job starts, then the clock starts ticking, and that's when I start charging. But I am happy to sit down and throw ideas around. Alex will tell you that if you're local to Manchester and you're willing to travel to Manchester and you fancy meeting up with myself and Alex for a couple of drinks and a chat, we will quite happily sit down with you and talk about stuff. We'll give you advice, and more or less on the basis of for free, as long as you don't expect. Sorry?
The more other people buy the drinks, the more free advice we tend.
Well, yes, there is that. Yes, I mean, obviously, if you're willing to buy us a couple of beers, then the advice does get better, actually. Omar's laughing at that. Seriously, the advice does get better. There was a product that was released about 10 years ago, maybe 11, which all started after a few drinks in a pub one night, myself and Alex, and we were discussing certain magical trickery methods. And I went away scratching my head and came back and went, this could actually work with technology. And we then sat down with multiple pieces of paper and several beers and created what is now known as mobile magic. And mobile magic is something that it's made us laugh, it's made us cry. We've had great fun with it. It's an amazing product. I don't know whether or not it's available in the boot camp, but if not, have a word with Alex.
Yes.
It is.
When I say everything I've ever released in the past 30
Yep.
years is in the boot camp, plus stuff from 15 other people, it is.
Keith Anthony wants to know if he can post us a beer. You're more than welcome to. I will leave you details of how to post a beer to me later. There is technology for doing that. But let's seriously get on with the information, because there is so much to share with you today. It is going to be it's going to be a little bit of a roller coaster for some of you. Some of you will be scratching your heads and going, oh my God, I can't do that. I can't run my own website. I certainly can't run several social media accounts. I don't know how to keep hold of a mailing list and run that. I wouldn't know where to start filming a promotional video to advertise my activities, my business, my therapy practice, and then where to post it and how to make the most of it. You will in the next 2 hours, and it's a lot easier than it seems. Let me tell you, nothing against Alex. He is a brilliant, brilliant marketer. He is absolutely fantastic when it comes to anything to do with hypnosis, magic, mentalism, the history of all of those. However, I am actually quite surprised that he manages to turn a computer on each day successfully. His knowledge of technology it's where it needs to be for him, because he's got a brilliant team behind him who can get the job done. Any problems with the computer, he's got Rachel to be able to sort out issues in person, and a lot of the graphics sides of things and software side of things I deal with. And that's part of the deal that we've got, and it works for both of us. Alex doesn't need to know too much about how to get things done, and he will turn around to me and he'll go, I want this to do this. And I'll probably turn around to him at the time and go, can't be done. And he'll go, I'm sure it can. And I'll wander off and I'll scratch my head and I'll do the research and play around with the software. And eventually we will get something very close to what Alex wants doing done and working. And I think that when he sees exactly what I'm going to show you tonight, he will be just as amazed at what you can do with next to nothing. The amount of software I'm going to show you and list for you is quite a long list. There is PDF going into the group afterwards and the boot camp. Certainly the boot camp will make this video available to the group for probably 24, 48 hours. And after that, we'll take it out of there and take it from there. I've just had a question there from John. Is it being recorded and available to go through again? Yes, it is. It is being recorded. Yes, it's been recorded, and you will be able to go through it again. We'll leave it in the group for 48 hours. After that, we'll take it down from the group, and the only people that will have access to it from that point forward will be those in the boot camp. So if you're not a member of the boot camp, TikTok, how long have they got for those who are listening live? You'll have to press no, yeah.
What?
How long have they got for getting into the boot camp?
Midnight tomorrow.
Midnight tomorrow. So
they can join after midnight tomorrow, but it'll cost them $5,000, or if they find the discount, $500. But that's like 400 quid. If you do it before midnight tomorrow, 197 quid.
Right. There is no sales pitch today, guys. I am not going to make a penny out of anything I'm going to show you. Apart from literally, if you want graphic design doing because you don't want to do it yourself, or you don't feel confident enough, or you don't know what works, yes, I am available. But I'm not pitching that. I'm not even going to pitch the websites tonight. I will mention a bit about how to run websites. I am going to tell you that you want a WordPress website. I'm going to tell you why. So brilliant, John. Well done. He's a member of the bootcamp already. Nice one, mate. Right, so let's get on. I'm going to do a lot of this sharing a screen because I think that with what I've got to share with you, it's going to be better that you can see it rather than my face. So what we're going to do is go to here and go share. And I believe now that you should be able to see a big white screen with the words map webinar. Tuesday, oh, hold on. Can we go into full screen?
It's definitely there, mate.
Yeah, oh, that's better. Right, sorry. Right, yeah, that's better. Right, it was just my bar was at the bottom and, you know, it was going to be distracting. So, here we go, the MAP webinar, Tuesday, 2nd of June, 2020. So, here we go, folks. We're going to cover a lot, but first of all, I'm going to tell you the £10 phobia trick that has got me more phobia clients afterwards than any other system I've used. And it's going to cost you £10 per person. Only it's not going to cost you £10 per person, because when I was putting these slides together today, I discovered that it's not going to cost you £15, and it's worth every penny. Once you've got a client in the room, once you've given your leaflets out, and you are doing everything that you can to get people in, your job is then to get that client leaving in a position where they are so happy with you that they will recommend you to their family and friends, to strangers, and even write reviews for you on Facebook without you even asking. I do ask some clients if they're willing to leave me a review on Facebook, but 9 times out of 10, the best way to do it is actually for them to do it without being asked. This will cost you £10. It doesn't just work for phobias, it will work for many other systems. It's just that I discovered this several years ago. I got a booking for a lady who was suffering with a phobia of flying. She rang me on the Friday, and the following Friday she was flying out to Turkey on a flight that was 3-4 hours long. She'd already booked the flight, and she had one of the worst phobia reactions to flying I have ever seen. When we did the scale of 0 down here, 10 up here, the worst it's ever been, she was a 10, if not an 11 in her words. She was absolutely shit fucking scared of flying. We did the phone consultation. I realised that time was going to be pushing on and that she wasn't going to have the ability to listen to the audio recording for every day or every 2 days for 2 weeks or 4 weeks, as we would ask them to. And we were going to have a slight problem. So I asked her to come into the therapy room. I did CMT. We got her right down to about a 3 or a 4, if I remember correctly. And I asked her afterwards, is there anything I can do that will improve your flight and your experience and take that number down even lower and make you even more confident to fly on Friday? And her words were, yes, come with me on the plane. Now, as we know, that wasn't going to happen. Well, I would quite happily have jumped on a plane and flown out to Turkey for 2 weeks, all expenses paid, if that's what the client genuinely wanted and was willing to pay for it. Now, bearing in mind that the client would have to pay for flights, accommodation, food, beer, and also my time for 2 weeks, because I wouldn't be seeing any clients. I wouldn't be getting any work done. So those 2 weeks would have had to be dealt with. However, you should have seen this lady's face when, after I had treated her for her phobia so that she could have gone on holiday, that she'd already booked. And that's one to look at the level of detail that Alex mentions in the previous 4 days on why people would have booked a flight beforehand and secondary gain, etc. And why should we then have booked to see me to deal with that phobia. I reached into a bag and I gave her a £10 MP3 player. It wasn't this one, but this one's from Argos in the UK. As I say, it's the cheapest one now available. It's £14.99. It's a 4 gig Bush MP3 player. It comes with earphones.
I will say, if you don't mind ordering a few in advance, just so you say 3 or 4 ahead, you can get what looks practically like that, and it will work the same, but it won't say Bush on it, for about £4 each off AliExpress.
AliExpress, Wish.com, even Amazon do them a lot cheaper. It's just as easy for me to pick up 1 or 2 of these as I need them and keep them on the shelf. I've still got a couple of the £10 ones, but from now on, because of the lack of availability in Argos, certainly at the moment, I don't know whether or not they're going to be coming back in. And you thought that I'd have given her all her money back, paid for her flights, paid for her hotel, and everything else by her reaction of giving her what was a £10 MP3 player that had on it the CMT script, the audio. And I explained to her that I wasn't able to go on the flight with her, but this is the next best thing. I will be with her on the flight. And there we go. She was absolutely amazed. And what I did do was I left the earphones wrapped up and sealed, so it was obvious that they were brand new. Obviously, we had to open up the box to get the MP3 loaded on it, but I attached the receipt to the box so that when I gave it to her, I removed the receipt. That's for me, but it looked like it was brand new, apart from it being loaded. The earphones had the plastic wrapping around them, so it was obvious that they were brand new. Everything looked as if this was brand new. This also covers an issue. It's not a major issue, and it may take you several months before you encounter it. But you will at some point have a client come to you for CMT. You will give them either the CD for them to take home to listen to, or a link so that they can download it and listen to it on their phone or their computer. And you will be told that they don't have a CD player. They don't know how to put a MP3 on their mobile phone. It does happen once in a while. If you can give them something that costs £10, £15, the same in dollars, $10, $15, that already has something loaded up, then you are removing an excuse and you are giving them something that in their mind is life-changing and therefore worth a lot of money and effort. Okay? It's a small trick. Some of you may be turning around and going, oh my God, that's £15 per client. I can't afford that. Yes, you can, because what you're going to do is you're going to put your prices up by at least £15, if not 20, 30, £40, just to cover the cost of the MP3 player. Now, as Alex has said, absolute minimum that I charge is $250 now for a stop smoking or a phobia client. I really don't like doing stop smoking clients, my own personal view, but £250 for a 1 hour session. I can afford £10 to £15 because that is literally one of my only expenses, short of room hire. I can afford £10 or £15 to give away to the client to get them in a good mood as they leave and take that level of self-confidence, self-worth, self-belief, and all the other things that Alex was talking about here over the past 4 days, and ramp them up to the point where they're in an even better headspace than they were when we brought them round and did the test of zeros down here, tens up there. Marketing isn't just about getting clients, it's about getting clients to leave in a better frame of mind than when they arrived. Now, obviously, if you're charging, as one person on Facebook admitted the other day, in the UK, in Bristol, you're charging £30 per hour for a client, you're not going to be able to afford £15 for an MP3 player. Again, that's his loss and his client's loss. That's the £10 phobia trick. Well worth looking at, folks. I really would suggest that you consider it. It is a small price to pay to actually give somebody no excuse to listening to CMT every day or every 2 days. And yes, it does get you talked about, and it does make the client a lot happier. When the client's happy, that's when they recommend you to family and friends. And that's when the phone starts ringing even more. So there we go. Let's cover a bit about social media. And so this may surprise you, folks. Social media. It's one of the best ways of marketing yourself. Let's just consider the facts and figures. I'm not going to go through all of these, but there are 3.5 billion daily active social media users around the world. That's nearly half the world's population. Facebook still has the majority share in social media. 68% of US adults have a Facebook account. 90% millennials, 77% of Generation X, and 48% of baby boomers use social media daily. I think we can probably move on from that. If you want to have a look at those figures in more depth, feel free to watch the video back, pause it, and read it. You can also go online and check those figures out. They are correct. Some questions for you. Facebook. I think we're all on Facebook within certainly this webinar live. I don't know about you, but I get a lot of requests to like therapists' pages, business pages on Facebook. I probably get 2 or 3 requests every day, but certainly 2 or 3 days a week I'm getting 2 or 3 requests. Probably about 10 requests in a week, thereabouts. One of the reasons for that is that nobody's going to like a page that nobody else likes. Nobody wants to be the first person to like it. So as a therapist, let's start our own Facebook page. One of the first things you're going to do is invite all your family and friends. One of the issues with hypnotherapy, or therapies in general, and Facebook pages is that you've got to start questioning, does your client really want to like and let their client or their family and friends see that they like a therapy page that is offering stop smoking, lose weight? I do accept a lot of the like requests. Sometimes I do have to send them because there's so many of them. I am currently liking a page on psychosexual therapy. I don't have any issues with psychosexual issues or anything like that, but it is a friend, a good friend and a client, a member of BOOTCAMP, who started that page, and I thought, well, it's only fair and good that I support his business. So I liked the page. But I do wonder how many of his clients are willing to put their neck on the line and say, I like this page. I have a problem, I have an issue, and I don't mind anybody knowing about it. It does sort of leave the question of Facebook pages for therapists. are they any good or not? I'm not going to answer the question. I'm going to let you decide that yourself. I'm going to let you have a look through Facebook and see who likes the pages, see how many of them are therapists, and see whether or not there are people that are working very hard to create a social media platform persona, and all they're doing is getting the competition to see what they're doing. It's just a thought. If we move from Facebook to one of the older social media platforms, Twitter, it was said to me one day that Twitter is like Facebook, but for people with money. And that came from the top internet marketers in the country, so I'm tempted to believe him. The only problem is that Twitter does have a very low interaction and engagement rates. We'll come to that later. It is around about the 1.3 to 3% engagement rate because the way it works. Literally, a tweet comes up and it zooms past you and it's gone again. It is still worthwhile using, and I will be telling you tricks this evening on how to use it and utilize it without spending too much time on Twitter. I was recently told about LinkedIn. I'm sure that at some point we've all had a LinkedIn account when it all started because it was the business networking tool. And it's the business networking tool for people who are unemployed to put up their CVs. No, it isn't. Basically, if you haven't got LinkedIn and you want to hit the corporate market on any level, whether you just want to get clients that have more money because they are in better employment, or you want to go down the route of doing corporate work in groups, so you may go to, let's take a business at random, Barclays Bank, and you may offer Barclays Bank group therapy sessions for stress for their staff after the corona crisis because they're all stuck behind desks having to deal with people who have no money. Okay, I'm not going to write this up for you, that's your job. I'm just giving you an example.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right, yeah, cracking going on. I thought it was just me at this end, because me being not computer literate, but I've just seen a few comments from a few people saying that it's like you're breaking up every now and again, like crackling on the mic.
Right, really struggling because I'm struggling to hear you as well. So I don't know what's happening there. And we've literally at this end. Where I was before was used. Right, there we go.
We're breaking up really bad. Like it might be Zoom itself, like we might have to go out and come back in.
Just give us a sec on that. And just check. Right, just now.
Pardon?
How are we now?
Crackly as anything.
Right, do you want me to log out and log back in?
Yeah, go on.
Right, okay, folks, sorry about this. I will be back with you very shortly and see where we can go from there. No.
Zoom does this sometimes.
Do you want us all to come out of it and go back in?
I think you're right. Let Stuart come back in. Because my actual gut instinct is that it might be because so many people are using Zoom. I don't mean us, generally.
Yeah, okay.
And I think it might actually be the screen sharing that's the issue. I reckon if he might not have to use the slides. If he doesn't use the slides, I reckon we'll all be all right.
Okay,
I reckon that's using more resources at the same time.
Okay, I'll mute again anyway.
I know we have Alexi online. So Alexi, good man. I was about to say I'll send you the link, but I don't need to, do I? Because for that particular thing, just make sure you check your junk and spam folder in case your email client sends the download link there, my friend.
How's that now?
You sound better, but it just occurred to me this. You sound clear now. You sounded crystal clear before. It's only once you started sharing your screen that there's a little bit of crackling now and again, and then in the past few minutes, it's a lot worse that other people were mentioning it.
Okay. In which
I'm wondering
case,
if it's just screen sharing that's the problem.
it could well be. In which case, we'll do as much as we can without screen sharing, and if need be, I will record a video of the slides that people can then watch, but I'll save it as a PDF and you can go through that way. Okay, so I will have to obviously have the slides open so I know what I'm talking about, but yeah, we can do that if you want.
Yeah, could you sound perfect now, mate?
Right, fantastic. Okay, sorry about that. Right.
It's not your fault, and it's not Zoom's fault, really. It's the government's fault for putting us on lockdown and they're being so.
Yeah. Right. I am going to be sort of half covering my own face, but don't worry about that. It doesn't bother anybody else. It's not going to affect anything. Right. So let's go back to that. So therapist pages. Why do therapists, have pages on Facebook? As I say, I'll leave that one to you to have a look at. Go away and have a look on Facebook, do your own research, consider it. We will be covering a little bit more about how to work with Facebook as a therapist later on. Twitter, it is like Facebook, but with people with money. The problem there is that the interaction rate isn't as great. It's about 1.3 to 3%. LinkedIn, great to start looking at that now. Very few people use it as social media. They literally upload their CV and forget about it. Posts on LinkedIn will get you some attention and hopefully lead to corporate work. If that's the way you want to go, then go ahead with it. I am currently starting a new LinkedIn account under a different name. Oh, I know, naughty. Look at that. I shouldn't be doing that, but I am. And it is for another project. And I will probably let you know in the next 6 months how that's working out for me. And then the biggest shock of all for social media, TikTok. Any of you that are younger than I am, any of you that have got kids that are sort of teenagers, etc., will no doubt have heard of TikTok and will guess that it's all about teenagers dancing and lip syncing. It isn't. Okay. TikTok is something that is growing very, very rapidly, and there is the opportunity to get in early and make the most of it. Okay. The TikTok app has been installed on over 1.9 million devices worldwide. It's the second most popular free app to download in 2019. That's over Google and Apple combined. It's been downloaded 113 million times in February 2020 alone. Okay, we all know that February was a shorter month, but it was a little bit of an odd month. Let's not take that on its own. And it has 800 million active daily users worldwide. How does that affect you as a therapist, though? Because let's face it, it's for kids that dance. No, it isn't. Okay. There are more facts on that. I'll let you read through them on the PDF when we publish it. I'll sort that out at the end of the day. I would like to tell you about a good friend of mine, James Samuel. James Samuel is a magician and he has a TikTok account. He's only had it for a couple of months. And he is now at the rate of, let me just get in close to the screen, 11.4 thousand followers on TikTok. He doesn't sing, he doesn't dance. Okay. I'm sure that as a hypnotherapist, you would love to have that sort of figures. Yes, I've got somebody saying nice. Yes, that is. And it's completely organic. Not a penny has been spent on advertising. 11.4 thousand organic, genuine followers. In the past week, I know for a fact that he's had over 1,400 genuine people starting to follow him. In the last 12 hours, I know this for a fact because I've been keeping an eye on his account for tonight. He's had over 200 followers and nearly 2,000 likes in just 12 hours. That's no advertising, no cross-platform posting particularly, no dancing, no lip syncing. And for those of you that don't know, a TikTok video lasts between 15 seconds and 1 minute maximum. He's not using any expensive filming equipment and very minimal editing. Is it only for mobile phones? There's certainly, you can access TikTok on the net. Whether or not you can actually have a TikTok account that you can upload from a PC, that is something I'll have to get back to you about. I will ask James.
I can tell you there is definitely a way. I can't tell you how to do it, but if you go look at it, there's definitely a way of doing stuff from your laptop. It's because you can download something that makes it look like you're using your mobile phone. And
very similar to Snapchat and so on, where there's workaround, right?
It's meant to be for your phone, but there is people out there who've come up with ways, bits of software that enable you to.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So he's had over 70. Let me just get that figure right. 75,000 reactions on his videos. Now, he's a good magician. I'll tell you how good he is. This time last year, to the day, he was in the final of Britain's Got Talent, the biggest talent show in the world. He was part of the boy band 4MG, boy band of magic 4MG, and he is very skilled at being a magician, but better still, he is very skilled at using social media, and he has put a lot of time into this. I can tell you now that the followers he has got, not all of them are because of his appearance on TV. As some of you will know, once you've been on Britain's Got Talent, unless you're actually the winner 6 months later, you're not really going to have people searching you out and following you on certainly a new social media platform. The other thing to tell you is when you go and find him, I'll give you his details are James Samuel Magic on TikTok. Unless you're Susan Boyle, of course. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sure Susan probably does have, but then again, he's in chat, is he? Fantastic. There we go. James Samuel is doing really well on TikTok, and seriously, go and follow him and see what he's doing with his 15 seconds to 1 minute of regular spots of fame, because he is really converting it and he's doing extremely well. But obviously you're not going to be doing that. I'd be doing magic. If you're going to be doing magic, then great. Just don't copy exactly what he's doing, but obviously look at how he's doing it. let's look at a couple of other TikTok accounts before we take any further.
Can I just put in with one?
Yeah.
Literally, I didn't know you were going to talk about TikTok. This I only literally found out. Sorry about the thing.
If we talk about accounts, do you want to just wait until
The accounts? I actually don't know the name of her account. I just know that I was having a beer before I came upstairs to log on here, and I was talking about how I'd just bought this TikTok training package from an expert, and Rach went, "Oh yeah, TikTok's the future." Ashley, my daughter, one of her dance teachers is called Ashley, and she put up a little short, here's how to do a certain or mini routine video, and within less than 6 hours, and it's not that she hasn't got hundreds of thousands of followers, but it had been shared and watched, well, it had been watched in total nearly 200,000 times in the space of about 6 hours.
yes.
And she got inquiries galore about dance teaching. So
Yes, just goes to prove that TikTok is worthwhile for marketing if you've got the right thing to market and you do it correctly. The British Army have an account called The Guards, and it is one of the elite, I have to admit I'm not very well up on regiments of the British Army, but it's The Guards on TikTok. They already have over 200,000 followers. They have over 3 million likes. Again, there's no dancing, there's no lip syncing, there's none of all this stuff that we associate TikTok with. They don't, as far as I know, use any expensive filming equipment, probably a mobile phone, and that's it, because it's all done outside, so there's no need for lighting, etc. And there's probably very minimal editing. And in their bio, they have a link to their recruitment website. Just to mention, James Samuel has a link on his TikTok bio, which is his email address for booking inquiries. Somebody sees his TikTok account, sees a video, goes to his bio, they can book him directly from there. But let's take it one stage further. I'd like to tell you about a guy on TikTok, and he's middle-aged. He doesn't sing, he doesn't dance. In fact, what he does is he talks about the history of words, etymology, grammar, and punctuation. How boring is that for a social media account, social media platform that is designed around singing, dancing, and lip syncing? It's never going to go anywhere, I hear you say. Well, let me tell you about his 350,000 followers, 340,000 followers. He's got 2.3 million likes as of yesterday or today. All he does is talk about the history of words. Earlier today, he was talking about whether it's peninsula or peninsular with an R at the end, and giving the reasons why, using Latin examples. It's never going to go anywhere, this account, is it? Well, apparently it will, with 250,000 followers, 2.3 million likes. And no expensive filming equipment. He does have his branding in the background because he runs an online educational school, Knox Study, and minimal, if any, editing. And on his bio, he's got a link to his website. I think we know where we're going here, folks, don't we? TikTok can be used to be able to create an interaction with your potential client. And of course, what we're getting is, I've actually got somebody who's just messaged saying, I'm downloading TikTok now. Absolutely brilliant, well done, and enjoy. Don't blame me when you get addicted, though, because it's addictive. So, what are you going to share on TikTok? That's up to you. Find a niche and stick to it, and do it regularly. You've got to post something. It's got to be engaging. It's got to have the reason. It's got to have a reason why people would want to follow you. It's got to be interesting. Look at the non-musical, non-dancing accounts. Look at what James is doing. Follow him. If you do follow him, as soon as you see one of his videos, just type in that the doctor sent you, and we'll all have a laugh about that afterwards, and he'll know where you came from. Because like Alex, I do have a doctorate, and no, I didn't buy it on the internet. Alex bought it for me, didn't you? Thank you very much. All true. So, you know, get something, give some advice out. You can actually as well film several things in advance and save them for as drafts and then publish them afterwards. So if you wanted to, you could say on a Saturday afternoon that you're going to film half a dozen 1-minute clips giving advice on how to beat anxiety, or how to be more motivated, or how to lose weight. 1-minute snippets of information that are quick, that are quirky, that are original, that are going to hit a random audience. And that's the thing about TikTok, because their algorithms, it is almost random who sees your video and whether or not it becomes viral or not. It's all very organic. You can't promote your own video to get more likes, and it's very difficult to get people to watch your video unless they like you. But I'd like to tell you about another account. This is the last account, I promise, and all will become clear later. Alex talked about nested stories. Tonight is going to be very much a case of Russian dolls, with a story inside a story inside a story. And we've got lots to tell you about that, with a couple of ideas for you to take away and work on. I'd like to tell you about San Diego Zoo. Now, San Diego Zoo has 1.5 million followers, 16.4 million likes, and each video has between 200 and 500,000 views per 1-minute video. Wouldn't you love an audience like that right now? Wouldn't you love to be able to harness that audience and go, guess what? Even so, if only 1% of their followers are genuinely in San Diego, 1% of 1.5 million followers is what, 15,000 people? I'm probably completely off on my maths there, but thereabouts, you know, 1% of 1.5 million. Wouldn't you love an audience like that right on your doorstep if you lived in San Diego? What happens if you've got a product to sell that's online? What happens if people would travel to see you because you are the perceived expert in what you're offering as a treatment, a cure, an improvement to somebody's life? How would you harness that audience at San Diego to sell you or your product? We'll come along to that shortly. That's just to make sure that everybody stays in the room to see what I'm talking about later. So, how do we get content for our social media platforms? Because social media does work. If it didn't work, you know, companies wouldn't be spending a lot of money on their advertising. First of all, we use Google News Alerts. Go on to Google News, the little tab on Google where it says News, and you type in hypnosis. And you set up a news alert with your Google account and your email address. And every day or every week, Google will email you with the top hypnosis stories for you to have a look at. Now, if you're going to have it sent to you every week, is it still news? It's news if it is relevant to your audience, it is relevant to your business, and your audience haven't seen it already. If there's news about groundbreaking science behind hypnosis, I'd be very surprised, but let's say that there's a newspaper article about it. if you can publish that on your account that is linked to hypnosis and you are the perceived expert in hypnosis, does it really matter if your news is a week old? If it's new to the person reading it, it is still news. So it's still worthwhile publishing it. Don't dismiss a news story because it isn't dead fresh. Feel free to take old news stories that are relevant to your business and harness them. Now, the other advantage to Google News is that you can keep abreast of what the competition, your colleagues, are doing in their press releases. So you can see who's harnessing new techniques or has found a little niche for themselves. There is a wonderful lady, Sheila Granger, and I first heard about Sheila when she hit the news because she was going into schools and offering hypnotherapy for students studying for their exams, A-levels, I believe, in Hull. And she started off in the Hull press, and I found out about it through Google News alerts, and that's quickly snowballed to the national news and even internationally. And she got this. And Sheila is, she's great at getting publicity. So you know, keep an eye open on what she's doing. A few years back, there was somebody in, I believe, America who started a trend of giving hypnosis for people that wanted tattoos but couldn't stand the pain. As we all know, different people have different pain thresholds. And this hit, and oh yeah, this is groundbreaking and brand new. It wasn't groundbreaking and brand new. We all know how it was done. It was, you know, it was hypnosis. It was the power of suggestion that it wasn't going to hurt anymore. Have a look at the last 4 days. So as soon as this news hit and I saw the article, me being me, went onto the internet and I purchased painfreetattoos.co.uk and painfreetattoos.com. Within 24 hours, I had websites up. I wasn't offering to sit there in a tattoo parlour, but I was offering a link to anybody that wanted to learn how they could learn how to do that sort of practice so that they could then hit the papers and become the perceived expert in tattoos and pain. And all I did was I sent them to sales page for the boot camp. Google News is well worth subscribing to. Set up several alerts with different things. And whilst you're at it, set up an alert for your own name. You can thank me later for that. Look at similar themed, successful social media accounts to see what works. I think that says as much as we need to. You're going to follow other hypnotists, other hypnotherapists, and see what works for them, see what gets the reactions, see what doesn't. Make a note of it. Not necessarily copy what they're doing, exactly word for word, but maybe take inspiration, mirror, copy. React to and share good content. If you react to good content and share good content, when you share good content on things like Twitter, it almost appears that it's you that is creating that content. People will like what you're sharing, they will come along and follow you, not necessarily the originator of the content. The idea is a numbers game. The more people we have following us, the more people we can give our message to. Use great photos and graphics to support your posts. A picture paints 1,000 words, as we all know. And, yeah, that's, you use great photos, use royalty-free ones. Don't go onto Google and start pinching photos off my website. If I catch you doing that, I won't be happy. And if the big corporate companies do it, they will actually shut down your social media accounts and your websites. And it can be done very easily. And you will then receive a letter from a their lawyers, and Disney will charge you in the realms, I believe, of about $800 now, just to send you a letter going cease and desist for using our name. So not only do you have the threat of your website being taken down, but they will charge you for the privilege. Links to your site and your blog where appropriate. This is absolutely brilliant. You know, get yourself where appropriate on your social media. You link to your site, you link to your blog. If you've got more than one website, that's even better. You can give yourself backlinks from different sites, review each site, especially if you're niching. So if you've got a stop smoking site over here, if you're doing the Elite Hypnosis website kit plan, and you've got a pain control site over here, your pain control site may want to do an article on the best people to help you stop smoking. We don't do stop smoking, we only deal in pain, and we are the foremost experts in pain. If you want to stop smoking, we recommend that you go to this stop smoking site over there. Very few people will actually know that you're promoting your own business, but cross-posting and giving yourself links back to your own site. Is it ethical? You can take as much of this as you like and do as much of it as you feel fit. I honestly don't believe that MB is going to take every single piece of information I'm going to give you and put all of it into action. That's not what this is about. I would recommend that you play with the percentages. A social media account that is sell, sell, sell is not going to get any followers. A social media account that is information without any sales isn't likely to get any sales. So it's a case of balancing it. I would personally recommend starting off with about a 70 to 90% ratio of quality and engaging content, with 10 to 30% of sales content, and then work on it like that. What other people do is up to them. If you go on to some of Alex's social media sites, he is a lot heavier on the sales and a lot less on the engaging content, as you like, because he doesn't need to be. He's already the perceived expert. He's the known expert in his field. So therefore, why would he bother wasting his time telling you stuff when he's got it to sell? Because people will pay him to listen to him. And if any of you actually doubt that what I'm saying is true, just consider the fact that you've all paid to listen to him for the last 4 days. And I'm sure you've got a hell of a lot out of it. I know I have, and I've been on more courses with Alex than I think anybody else in the world. Live actual events. He's nodding back there, yeah. Finally, analyze and adapt, or rinse and repeat. A lot of social media platforms have a box for analysing what you can do, what you've done, how many views you've got. If you go to Twitter, they've got a Twitter analytics. I think it's analytics.twitter.com. We'll probably come to the link later if I've put it in here. And basically, you can see how many views you've got, where people have come from, how long they've stayed, how many people have interacted, where it's been shared, why it's been shared, what times, what countries even. Now, if you're never going to create a info product for sale, such as an ebook, a physical book, or an audio download, and you are only interested in seeing people face to face in your therapy room, and you find out that 99% of your market is in Brisbane, Australia, but you happen to live in Edinburgh, Scotland, then you know that there's a problem and you need to analyse what's gone wrong and adapt. But of course, if you don't know that 99% of the audience that you're talking to is in Australia, you will never know to analyse those figures, work out why, and then adapt. Now, how do we adapt? Do we find new audiences closer to home? Or do we actually create content and a sales figure for the audience that we already have, that has already followed us, that already has a level of trust and rapport with us because they've been following us, because they've believed in everything we've said and they've grown with us. I'll let you decide on that. There isn't actually a right answer before you jump to any conclusions. The answer is probably both, but that's another story. So, social media doesn't have to be a full-time job. There are people out there that will tell you that they will run your social media platforms for you for £150. I saw an advert the other day, 150, I can't remember if it was per month or per week, but it's £150 for one or the other. And I looked at it and I thought, interesting. I also saw somebody advertising that somebody would run your social media platforms for you and post for you and reply to all your followers and do all your messages and do this, that and the other for a price. But you had to provide the content. Now, I don't see the point in me sitting down and writing the content if I'm not going to actually then decide when it's getting posted. And if I'm deciding when it's going to get posted, I'll post it. Job done. However, you will find that if you were to track down all of my Twitter accounts, for instance, and I have 8 of them, you will find that I tend to post a hell of a lot on my Twitter accounts, but I don't. Because I discovered something called TweetDeck. It's in the PDF, but if you Google TweetDeck, I think it's tweetdeck.twitter.com, and you go there, and it allows you for free. It is part of the Twitter package. It allows you for free to schedule posts up to a year in advance with photos. So what you can do is you can sit down and you can write a tweet out and you can add your photos because photos sell, graphics are good. We'll come to where you're going to get your graphics from shortly, where you're not ripping them off people's websites illegally. And you can post it with a scheduled time so that you know it's going to hit the right audience at the right time. So if your audience is in Brisbane, Australia, but you're in Glasgow, you can set it for 3-4 o'clock in the morning so that people are getting home from work in Australia and seeing your tweets, or they're on lunch because that's a good time for people to interact with you whilst they're sat at their desk at lunchtime. You don't have to be up. Once you've written that tweet out, you can then scroll forwards maybe 3 months, 4 months, and paste that tweet in again, and then tweet it at a different time on a different day, so it's going to get a different engagement, a different audience. And then you can scroll forwards again, maybe 3 or 4 months, and all this takes seconds, and paste it again and schedule it for then, and so on. And before you know it, you'll end up with a year's worth of tweets stacked up just for one account. Okay. I also cheat a little bit. I save potential content for future use on my phone. Do a lot on my phone. If I see a photo or a meme or something that I find is worthwhile saving and sharing later, I'll either screenshot it or save the photograph so that I've got it for later use. People may assume that it's original. I do this cross-platform as well. So I may not necessarily take something from Twitter and post it on Twitter, but if I see something that's interesting and valid on Facebook, I will take it, I will save it, and then I will post it 2-3 months down the line on Twitter, where it then becomes original content because it's so much later and it's a different platform. I also have a social media diary. This is a Google Docs spreadsheet. Google Docs is going to be your friend, folks. You are going to want to make sure you've got a Google Docs account. So Google Docs spreadsheet, it was originally an open office spreadsheet, which is the equivalent of Microsoft Office Excel. I fell out with Microsoft when they started charging a yearly fee to use software that you used to be able to buy for a one-off fee. So I've now found free alternatives because money's better off in my pocket than Mr. Gates's. And I have a sheet for each month. And each month I have dates going down the side, numbers 1 to 31 or 29 in February, 30 in other months. And I have in each month a list of international days. So I know that it's January the 31st is the International Day of the Lesser Ring-tailed Lemur, or whatever it might be. June the 30th is the Saints' Day for Hypnotherapists, and so on. And we build this up over a matter of time. You don't have to sit there and do it all in one go. You can build it up over time. And as you find certain dates and you see other people posting about it, you can go on your phone and you can just add that information into your social media diary. And then you can put other facts in and other ideas that you've got about posting. So you might decide that if it's a day on, International Recognition of Nurses Day, that you're going to post something regarding nurses and so on your social media accounts. And obviously you'd add a photo and you'd find some way possibly of linking that back to the work you do somewhere along the line. Now it may take 3 or 4 posts in a day to link it back to you, so you're not just looking like you're jumping on the bandwagon of, oh, it's National Nurses Appreciation Day, but what I'm going to do is link it back to me immediately. Give some information, give some credit, show some interaction, get some love off your audience, and then try and tie it back into yourself. Okay. There's also a wonderful piece of kit that I've been told about called, let me get this right, IFTTT, which stands for if, IF, T is this, following T is then, and then the last T is that.com. That's IFTTT. I haven't used it yet, but I am told reliably by a guy who does run social media accounts for people. He's on my friends list on Facebook. If you would like to have somebody run your social media account for you, I don't know how much he charges. I know he's very good at what he does. His name is Tony Finbar Smith, and have a chat with him. He told me about IFTTT, and it stands for if this, then that. And that means that when you post on one piece of social media, you can actually program this website, this artificial intelligence, if you like, to then repost onto other pieces of social media. So if I put a post up on Twitter, it may then decide that it's going to then post on my Facebook page. Or if I post a photo on my blog, it can then post that to Instagram, etc. It's something I haven't used yet. I just haven't had the time to get around to it. If you've got the time, if you really want to automate your life and your social media presence, and you've got a big social media presence, or you're planning to, have a look at if this, then that, or IFTTT.com. I promised you that I would teach you how to hit page 1 of Google without paying SEO experts. There are possibly people in the webinar right now who have their websites already who are either giggling away to themselves because they know what I'm going to tell you, or there's people that have been running a website for years who are going, absolutely impossible, can't be done. Yes, it can, and I am proof of it. How do you get on page 1 of Google? There are 2 ways. One, you can go the long way round, which is, well, there are 3 ways. There's the expensive way, you can pay. There's 4 ways. You can pay Google for ads at the top of page 1. And they're the ones, the little dark ad next to it, that nobody ever clicks on, apart from your competitors, because they know that every time you get a click, it costs you £1, $1, depending on what your bidding system is with Google. and suddenly your budget for the week has been run down because your competitors are complete and utter bastards. Yes, it has happened. I have heard about it. I believe that there are certain industries where there are groups of people who get together and do this on purpose.
Don't mind admitting, you know, I'm not going to mention names, but there's a certain well, I nearly said television hypnotist then. Ignore I ever said that. Who wasted a lot of money on certain things, and yeah. But let me tell you, the good thing is don't be too concerned, because it does take a lot of ball ache to cost them a lot of money, because if you go to their site again and again to the advert, they're only ever going to get charged once because it's you. Unless, of course, you get a virtual ISP creator, so it looks like you're coming from a totally different ISP in a different country every time.
Or there's a group of individuals set up who literally get around to doing it because they're complete bastards. The other thing about Google Ads is that a simple wrong click when you're setting up your account or you're setting up your campaign, one wrong click can be very, very costly, and you won't find out about that until until you wake up the next morning and realise that you've been charged a hell of a lot of money and you've got nothing out of it. So that's ads for you. You can employ an SEO expert. We've discussed that. They can be expensive. It can be time consuming to get you onto page one. I recently built a website for an individual. I don't even know if that individual's in the room. We're not going to mention names. And once it was built and the content was put in and everything was running smoothly, I got a phone call going, I'm employing an SEO expert to get me on page one of Google. I thought to myself, well, that's a bit strange, because we'd already discussed ways and means of not doing that and how to save yourself money and everything else, but we'll go along with it. And I was asked if I could give the SEO expert access to the back end of the WordPress site. I said certainly. I was then asked if I could give the SEO expert access to the back end of my cPanel account, and I said not a chance, because that hosts all my other sites, and basically, no, you're not getting access to my other sites. That was 3 months ago, and that website is still down whilst the SEO expert tries to get it on page one of Google. Now, I'm not saying that that website was built absolutely perfectly from day one to the point where it would have hit Google on page one immediately, just through its content. But it's got more of a fucking chance of getting on Google's page one for searching for hypnotherapists that specialise in blank in blank. I'm not going to tell you where or who it is or what they specialise in. But it's got more chance of doing it if the site actually exists and is up, rather than it's got a blank page that says this site is currently being redeveloped and will be available soon. That's just me. But that's what SEO experts can do for your business. At some point, I will be giving the individual a ring and giving them a kick up the arse, unless they're actually in the webinar right now and they know that I'm talking about them, in which case, feel free to give me a ring tomorrow lunchtime or afterwards, and we'll have a chat. Moving on. So that's several ways of getting onto page one of Google. However, there's a better way. What you do is you have a Google account, a webmaster account, a business account with Google. Doesn't cost you anything, it's free. And you drop a pin in their map going, my business is here. You've all seen it. If you've got a website and you haven't done it yet, you're probably kicking yourself right now, because you've probably gone past all those maps every time and seen the listing of hypnotherapists in your area. If you do a search, for instance, for hypnotherapists in Norfolk or Norwich, I can't remember which one it is, and the screen's that small at the moment, actual screenshot that I've got up, that I'll do you the decency of not going right up close to the screen in the camera to see which one it was. But at the time, there were no Google ads, and there were 3 results that came up immediately. And they do look good, the results, I've got to say, because they are the 3 that are going to get the most business. So, absolutely free to add yourself to Google Maps. If you've got a website, get yourself, there's a link in the PDF on how to do it as well. There's a link to another site telling you, because I couldn't see the point in me going through the how, whys and wheres of doing this when there was a site that adequately explained it. So get yourself a Google Maps listing for free. Always use fresh content, always use original content. And I keep going on about this. Don't steal other people's content. Don't steal other people's photos. Google hates it. Google will penalize your site and your SEO if you go onto a competitor's site and copy and paste text. Even if you jumble the words up a little bit, guess what? Google's quite intelligent. They actually know that you're doing this, and they will turn around and go, it's not fresh. Don't think it's relevant. I don't think this is new, and nobody's going to want to read it when there's already a site out there that does the job. So they knock you down on SEO points. If you've got a WordPress site, and I recommend you, even if you don't come and buy the website kit from me or come for a custom site, I do recommend you do have a WordPress site built. They are the leaders in the website business now. The CMS, content management systems. You can get plugins. These are little programs that run in the background of your site doing little jobs for you. And if there's a job you want doing on your website, I guarantee there's probably a plugin there for it. Literally, if you want to have if you want a cartoon of a little man running across the screen and running a bath and then jumping in the bath and then rowing that bath off the other end of the screen, I bet you could probably find a plugin that does that for WordPress. There are that many free plugins available that cover so much stuff. There are plugins there for putting a calendar on your site so people can see how busy you are, so they can click on the date that they want to book you for to make an appointment. If you've got one of those on your site right now, please take it down. You're not doing yourself any favors unless you are genuinely busy 40 hours a week for the next 4 weeks running. If you haven't got people booked in and people go to your site and literally you have 2 people in the next week or that week, it's going to look like you're doing no business. And the only reason you won't be doing business is because you're crap in their minds. The truth is that you may be off for the week, or it might be half term, or you might have decided that you want to spend time with, the family and the kids. But somebody clicks on your site, if they don't see that you're busy, they start wondering why not, and they'll probably go elsewhere. But I digress. There's a company, there's a plugin called Yoast. That is like toast, but with a Y. That's Y-O-A-S-T. And you type into WordPress plugins, Yoast, SEO, search engine optimization. And you install it on your website in the background. And every time you create a page, it analyzes the content of that page. It asks you for a keyword or a key phrase so that it can work out whether or not it's original content and whether or not you're using the words regularly enough to actually do good on Google. It does a lot more than that. But if you've got a WordPress site, plugins such as Yoast SEO are absolutely brilliant. There is also a plugin, I'll talk about it now. There are plugins with timers, countdown timers on. So that if you've got a sales page and somebody goes to it, and we're at, oh, look at that, we're currently at 24 hours plus 2.5 hours. So we're at 26.5 hours. If you were to go to Alex's site, for instance, and he had a countdown timer telling you that there were only 26.5 hours left to get the boot camp at the special reduced rate, by now you will have noticed Bonus points if anybody actually spotted the embedded command. It was obvious. By now, you will have noticed that there are ways, thank you very much, there are ways to do this. But there are also ways, there are plugins that will do this for you with a little countdown timer going, time's running out, you've only got 26.5 hours to buy the boot camp. But there are better ones which are called Evergreen. Now this one's going out for Keith, for instance. I did say to Keith that I would mention this. This timer that's an evergreen timer will start the countdown on the first visit that somebody visits your site. So if they visit your website, instead of having a countdown timer that says that it's finishing at 9 AM on a Monday, it will count down on a, say you set it for 24 hours, it will count down for 24 hours from their first visit. If somebody visits an hour later, the countdown starts again at 24 hours from their visit for them. Each person gets a different countdown timer that finishes 24 hours after their first visit. It's called an evergreen timer, which means that if you were to start a promotion on social media, an offer, whether that's paid or free, whether you're going to be posting in the buy, sell and swap group saying limited time offer, stop smoking for just £47, claim your free stop smoking pack now, or your discounted stop smoking pack now, visit www.idon'twanttobeasmoker.com anymore, or idon'twanttobeasmokeranymore.com. They will then log in and they will find the timer going, and they will find that they've only got 24 hours or 1 hour or 30 minutes to download their pack or to put their name into the box so that they can get the email with the information that's free, because free information sells. And if you want to add a box with a form in to collect names and email addresses and such like for your Aweber account or MailChimp, there's a plugin for it, because that's how good WordPress is. You can literally put anything you like in. But yes, you can create scarcity, you can create a need for action, an urgency with a timer, and the timer can be for different types, different times for different people. So we've looked at posting on social media, we've looked at everything else. What you need to do is you need to go to a website called analytics.google.com. Don't worry, the link is in the PDF, folks. Analytics.google.com is Google's analytics site. It tracks where people have been, how they found your website, how long they spent time on your website. They do it all with some amazing technology called Pixels, I believe. Way beyond my level of knowledge, because I don't need to know, because just as Alex has got me to do certain jobs for him, I have certain people to tell me what I need to know when it gets to this level of complexity. Analytics.google.com, I use it regularly. I do log in and I find out what works, what doesn't. I compare visitor traffic on a website to social media activity. So if I've put a post up going, you know, new blog post about such and such, and I put it out at 12 midday, and then I repeat that post at 6 PM the following day, or on a different platform, and I make a note of that, I can then go in and see which posts on social media, which platforms have actually got me the most interactions, how long people have stayed on the website, which pages they've clicked to, when they left, what they were looking at, what they were looking for, and how they found my website. You can also get information which can include, depending on how you've got everything set up, location, their interests, their age, their gender. You can find out where they are. Again, are they in Australia? Looking at your website where all you're doing is selling phobia treatments for people who can't walk around the city walls of York, for instance. Very niche, I know, but it could be working it for somebody. So you can have a look at all that, and that allows you to analyze the site's visitors. You can then adapt, you can rinse, you can repeat. So once you've got your website up, how do we get fresh content? How do we get original content that is related to our potential clients? We use blogging, and blogging really does work. With blogging, you can add links and backlinks to your own websites, to other websites, and that works as well, because if, as let's say that as a hypnotherapist, you have a blog and you wanted to, after this weekend, tell the world about how much you've learnt and the new qualifications you've got, you could write about it and go, I did this, I got this qualification, aren't I clever? I can help you with this. If you drop in the keyword hypnosis and hypnotherapy enough, and courses and education, perhaps, maybe, possibly, perhaps, Google will look at it and go, that's relevant content. If anybody's searching for hypnotherapy courses and online hypnotherapy, I might take them to that, and it might be relevant. You know what would really make Google sit up and listen? I'm not saying this to get Alex a backlink, but if you were to put a link in that blog to Alex's site, because he is the perceived expert by many and Google in hypnosis, once you've done that, what you will find is that Google then looks at that link you've sent to Alex and goes, you've linked to a perceived expert in hypnosis, therefore you are talking about hypnotherapy and you obviously know what you're talking about. So for hypnotherapy, your site goes up a couple of points in the SEO rankings. Backlinks to other people's sites work. Now, obviously, you're not going to be giving links to your competitors. And you will be very careful on who you choose. But backlinks and links do work on both levels. And again, if Alex was to write a blog post and put some web links into your social media profiles saying how well you all did and how you all passed the exam this weekend, it may do you some good. It may do Alex some good. We'll come around to how you can harness Alex's name and qualifications very shortly. Reviews. Reviews are great. People love reviews. And if you're ever short of what to write in your blog, there probably are actually WordPress plugins that will come up with the suggestions for you. But there's a website, and it's hubspot.com/blog topic generator. Don't worry, the link's in the PDF, folks. And you type in a noun such as hypnotist, and it comes back with 5 titles of blog topics to write about, such as the 10 great things that hypnotists can teach you about stopping smoking. Now, you might have to tweak the title a little bit because it's all done by computer and sometimes they don't quite get the wording right, and sometimes they'll come up with a topic that isn't quite right for you, but it might be right if you were to tweak a couple of words, so that if it said 10 things you didn't know about losing weight with hypnosis, and you had no interest in dealing with the niche of weight loss, then you could, of course, start on swap that weight loss for stop smoking, pain, or whatever, confidence, anxiety, whatever works. So blog topic generator. I'm going to take you one stage further, and there's a website called answerthepublic.com. And yes, the link to answerthepublic.com is in the PDF. And you type in a word, you type in a keyword, And that keyword could be, oh, I don't know what it would be. Something that's relevant to us all here. I don't know. Hypnotherapy. There we go. Just randomly chosen that word at, random. But you type in hypnotherapy and answerthepublic.com comes back with a brilliant graphic. I won't show it to you. I did download it and save it, but it'll be in the second PDF. And that has a who, what, why, where, when sort of brain chart. And it goes through and it gives you questions for each thing. So it may say, who does hypnosis near me? Who does hypnosis work on? Doctor Who hypnosis. Now you're probably going to go, right, Doctor Who hypnosis, not very useful. That somebody could come up with a very interesting blog topic about Doctor Who and hypnosis, or how hypnotherapy helped a Doctor Who fan of their anxiety or their agoraphobia or something, you know, so that you could fill in that little gap. But it comes up with about, for the word hypnosis, it came up with 80 different questions. It came up with 56 prepositions, 32 comparisons. So that's hypnosis versus acupuncture. And these are allegedly all things that people have written into Google search box. You know, the questions that have been asked that are relevant to your topic. But obviously, if you're doing hypnotherapy, you may be niching in stop smoking. So once you've got your 80 questions for hypnosis, you then type stop smoking in and probably come up with another 80 questions. I don't know if it's 80 every time. It's been a while since I've used it because I download you can, once it's created the mind map, by the way, you can save the image. There's a little button just to go click, save the image and download it. You don't have to give them your email address or anything. So you've then got a really nice graphic that you can print out and put on your wall if you want to brainstorm, or you can save it as your desktop or just have it in a folder somewhere. But you type in stop smoking and you get your 80 questions, 56 prepositions, 32 comparisons, 208 alphabeticals, and 8 related topics for stop smoking. But then you might type in the word nicotine. You can see where this is going. We are literally going to start brainstorming what you're doing to a point where you end up with thousands of questions, prepositions, comparisons, alphabeticals, and related topics for you then to use to build your website content around, because this is the sort of information that people are wanting to know about. And if people are typing in questions such as, let's have, who invented hypnosis? If somebody's typing that into Google and they actually type in who invented hypnosis, we know that it's not an easy question to answer because it wasn't invented, it was discovered, if it really exists. But what would happen if you had that exact phrase as the title of one of your blogs? And it started off about who invented hypnosis and answered that question. The fact they are typing that question into Google means one of two things. They genuinely have an interest in who invented hypnosis, or they're researching it for school or work purposes because they're a journalist or something like that, or a student. But either way, they are a potential client that can then give you money. They may follow you. We can get them to follow your social media accounts. And of course, guess what? Want them to follow your social media accounts once they've hit your blog? There's a plugin that will encourage them to do that. There are hundreds of plugins that will encourage you. But yes, WordPress and that. So answerthepublic.com. Seriously, check it out, bookmark it. I put this in at some point. I'm not even sure where this was going to 100%. So I'm going to wing this a little bit. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It was mentioned by Alex. a couple of days ago. It's been attributed allegedly to Albert Einstein. If we take that and we call it the insanity system, we can tell you that the second definition of insanity is doing a different thing every time, but expecting the same result. That definitely wasn't Albert Einstein that said that, that was me. But what I'm going to say here is that not only is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result insanity, if you're doing something right, if it's working, don't change it. Because that would be insanity as well. And it's all very well going, but I could improve on it. There is a level where if you go too far off what you were doing, you can actually lose the audience that you had. And you risk never getting them back, and you can do as much damage as you would by not doing anything. In fact, you do more damage, because if you don't do anything, people tend not to unfollow you on social media, etc. Check it out. Some of you may have several thousand friends on Facebook, and you know, do you know which, apart from close family and friends and people you interact with regularly, can you honestly say when one random person last posted? Because you hadn't heard of them for a while. Yeah. So unfollowing people, people don't unfollow dormant accounts as much. There used to be software that would tell you if somebody hadn't posted for a while, or people had followed you and then unfollowed you and all the rest of it. I don't know if it still happens. I used to be signed up to a lot of them. Quite honestly, my life's too short to worry about whether people are following me back or not following me and how many followers I've got. If you're concentrating on the numbers, you're doing it wrong. You should be concentrating on basically the bottom line of the bank account, I think is probably the right way to say it. But yeah, the second definition of insanity is doing a different thing every time and expecting the same result. I'd like to tell you about something that's raised its head several times for me on a potential of making money, getting clients. And it's something that I must admit, I will hold my hands up and say that I haven't done anything with yet. And it's one of those, one day perhaps I'll become the niche expert in this topic. I do like working with phobia clients, and you can niche in phobias, and you can even niche in particular phobias. Flights, driving. Once had a lady come to me who had a phobia of driving over bridges. She kept thinking she was going to go off the edge of one. We reframed that immediately, and I said, well, that's the negative there, because you're saying about driving over bridges. What you meant is driving across bridges. So we dealt with that. Obviously, if she'd come in and said that she had a phobia of driving across bridges, then I'd have told her that, that was the negative, and she was obviously meant driving over bridges, because whilst they do seem the same, they're complete opposites, aren't they? And she came to me, and we had her driving over Barton Bridge in Manchester, which, if anybody knows what Barton Bridge is like, it is one hell of a massive bridge. It's a bit like the Dartmouth Bridge, Dartford Bridge, and it's. I'm not keen on driving over it in a car myself, so good on her. But yeah, you can niche in phobias. You don't have to just be the expert in phobias. You can become the expert in a particular phobia, which means that when people search for that phobia, if that's all your website talks about, whether it's dogs or heights or flying or driving, because your site is so niche, because it talks only about that and nothing else, or very little else, Google likes it more because you are obviously the perceived expert in your field. So when people search for you, they're going to find you. And because you are that expert, somebody's saying blood, if you want to become the perceived expert in hemophobia, I'm going to guess it's called, straight off the top of my head. I'm not actually that sad that I do study all the phobias, but I know a fair few of them. I'm going to guess it's hemophobia. Then, yeah, I don't know whether or not, I'll tell you what, there probably is a, oh, there we go. Somebody said yes, it is. A great market would be vomiting. The amount of people I come across who go, I can't watch TV when people are throwing up. Normally ladies, and normally ladies that have given birth for some reason. This was never an issue until they became a parent. And as soon as they became a parent, then they developed, allegedly, this phobia of vomiting. And they can't do it in person. They can't even have the TV. I understand it. It's not the sort of thing I want to really see, and it does, sort of. But if you were to become the perceived expert in vomiting phobia of vomiting, you could probably do very, very well if nobody's actually niching in that particular market. And you could see clients, and people would travel from all over the world to see you, no doubt, because you are the expert. You could write a book on it and sell it on Amazon. If, by the way, if you are ever writing a book, we'll come to that shortly, how to do it very easily and quickly. You're going to want book covers designing. I will tell you how to do it yourself, but I'm available. So you niche in something so specific that, you know, people will come and see you. And if they can't see you, they can see you over Zoom and pay you the same amount of money. Or they can buy the audio download, or they can buy the DVD, or whatever it is, or the book, or all three. Or you can send them the book for free, because once you've written your book on Amazon, it probably costs you £1, £2 per book to post out direct from Amazon to a client anywhere in the world. If that's any different, I expect Alex will tell me.
Sorry, say again.
Getting one of your own books from Amazon sent out to a client directly from your own account cost you about £1, £2, depending on the book, obviously.
Oh no, as long as they're paid for the not.
No, if you're buying it yourself from your account to send out to the client as a gift.
Depends how much you're buying it at. It depends on the price. It could be that actually it costs you nothing. You just put in their postal address.
Well, yeah, but obviously you've got to pay Amazon for the printing, etc., haven't you?
Yeah, but ironically, the workaround, it depends on the price of your book and the size of it.
Right.
Sometimes it can be better to literally go on Amazon yourself,
Yeah.
buy a copy of your own book at the full retail price, because it sells for a price where they'll ship it for free.
All right.
But
Okay.
in the customer's postal address, so it gets sent to them, because you've got to put a different address in.
And then take the royalties.
And just wait for your royalties to be paid.
Okay, there you
where
go.
They are in the world. Sometimes it can be better to go into your publisher account and, buy it wholesale rate, but sometimes it can be better just to order it.
There you go. So, writing a book on, how to get over a phobia of vomiting. And of course, the way you're going to start this book is you're going to tell people, honestly and ethically, if this has happened to you, of course, that you came across this solution or you became involved in hypnotherapy because of your own fear and phobia of vomiting. And you were treated and you found the solution, and now you want to, because it's changed your life, you want to share it with everybody else. That then puts you in a position of, I have been in your position, I used to be like you. So you get that level of rapport, that syncing with somebody, but you also have that level of, I am now the expert on sorting out your problem and giving you a solution. Okay. It's a great, great marketing tactic to turn around and go, I used to have your problem. I used to be in your position. People will relate to you, and therefore, because they assume that you relate to them. Now, I'm not saying that you should lie in any way, shape or form in that sort of thing, because that would be unethical. However, imagine if you could treat people, you could get to a market of people with a phobia, a particular phobia, and become the expert in that. And you had maybe an audience of, I don't know, maybe 2.5 million people that you could sell your expertise to, potential expertise to. 2.5 million people immediately, because you have the answer to a phobia. I'd like to tell you about phobia treatment experience days. We've all heard of experience days, those days where you can go around racetrack in a Ferrari or a bomb bug or whatever it's going to be, and you can pretend you're a Formula One driver for the day. Recently, I discovered a series of events held at Edinburgh Zoo with a lady called Morag Torrance. And I give her full credit for this. It isn't particularly something that is that original, but it was her that I found. I'm sure there are other people doing it elsewhere. And she is doing an event once or twice a month, which is to help people overcome their phobia of spiders. And we all know that spiders in a zoo aren't the little friendly money spiders. They're the big, hairy, vicious, nasty things that, you know, you really don't want crawling across you in the middle of the night as you wake up. I don't have a problem with spiders anymore. She is charging, now bearing in mind that throughout the last few days we've been talking about doing group therapy. This is a group therapy event. This isn't a one-on-one, this is group therapy. And she is charging £85 per hour. Now, I don't know what her deal is with Edinburgh Zoo. I do know that she's got a group of volunteers from the zoo that are helping and supervising and handing out the tarantulas and whatever else the spiders are that they're using to prove that that phobia is no longer there, that it's gone, it no longer bothers you as it once did. So I'm assuming that the volunteers aren't being charged or aren't being paid because they're volunteers. I don't know if she's getting a flat fee from Edinburgh Zoo, Morag, or if Morag is charging the zoo a flat fee, whether she gets somebody in or not, or whether the zoo are saying, well, we need £10, £15 per person to cover entrance to the zoo. However, if you could get 10 people every 2 weeks into a room for an hour on a Sunday afternoon, when you're not doing anything else, because you wouldn't be seeing clients, because you don't see clients on a Sunday because that's the day of rest. If clients want to see you, they come and see you between Monday and Friday, 9 to 5, because that's when doctor's surgeries are open. Then you could be earning potentially £850 on a Sunday afternoon instead of watching the omnibus of EastEnders. For those of you who don't know what EastEnders is, then think yourself lucky. It's a bloody awful British soap that, is, I'd rather be earning £850 going to the zoo each weekend or every 2 weekends. Think about it. There are people stocking shelves in Sainsbury's, I hate to use Alex's analogy, that aren't earning £425 for 40 hours work a week that are surviving. Probably only just at the moment, but they are in a position where they are probably quite happy at that. But you could be earning that, or the equivalent to that, every 2 weeks, just by having 10 people coming to see you at Edinburgh Zoo. You wouldn't be paying room hire fees because the zoo's providing it. I don't know, as I say, what the deal is with the zoo. I do not suggest that you go to Edinburgh Zoo, you approach them and you ask them what the deal is, or you approach Morag, because that would be very unethical. And quite honestly, if you approach me and ask what the deal was, or if you approach my business or Edinburgh Zoo and ask me what the deal was, I would tell you to fuck off in no uncertain terms. You are going to have to wing it a little bit. But the good news is, Morag's done a lot of the work for you. There's a website up. Now, the website is www.edinburghzoo.org.uk/events and experiences /spiders fight your phobias /FAQs / or essentially you can go to the PDF or go to Google and type in Morag, Torrance, Edinburgh Zoo, spider phobia. Links in the PDF, guys, I hope. But you could go to your local zoo, your local wildlife centre, your local community farm, because there are people that have got phobias of goats. Now, I know we're getting into the realms of, yes, I've got a phobia of goats, but, well, don't go anywhere near places that are likely to have goats. Very much the sort of, I've got a phobia of sharks, but don't go in the water. But there are times when that is unavoidable. There are people that, you know, are going on holiday to, is it Greece or Turkey, where, you know, there's lots and lots of goats on the mountainside and they get really freaked out by goats, for instance. You're not going to have as much work as you are with spiders. But then again, you know, if you can do work alongside a venue that has the animals that you can treat the phobia of, then you are in a position where you can get yourself some good publicity. You can get them some good publicity. You can both make money. You can get TV, radio, and newspaper publicity out of it. And the reason you can do this is because, as Alex will no doubt tell you, a lot of the researchers on TV shows, such as daytime shows that may or may not deal with phobias on a regular basis, they literally have researchers, and these researchers, I don't want to sound like I'm being condescending, but I get the impression that all they're qualified in doing is typing into Google whatever the subject is that they've been asked for, and then ringing around people trying to find somebody that has a phobia of ice, maybe, and then talking them into coming onto the show. But if they can then find somebody, whilst they're looking for somebody that's got a phobia of spiders, and the first result they find is you, because you are the spider phobia expert, arachnophobia expert, because you are listed on Edinburgh Zoo's website, not Edinburgh Zoo obviously, but another website, another zoo's website. You have books written about how to conquer your fear of spiders, you know, the A to Z of arachnophobia, and several other titles that may or may not be very similar in content, with different covers and different titles. Don't knock it. Paul McKenna's made a living out of it for the last 20 years. Have a read of some of his books, page by page. There's a lot of similar content. But you can actually get onto these TV shows, these radio shows. You can be in the newspapers helping the celebrities with their particular phobia, because you've niched in that particular phobia. It's not just about niching in one big area. Take you back to the example with tattoo-free or pain-free tattoos. You've also got the fact that you've got the instant proof of success. If somebody comes to see you in your therapy room and you haven't got a great big ugly spider with you, how do you prove to yourself and the client that they are successfully treated, cured, if you're using the cured system? Obviously, we can't use the word cured, and so on. Whereas if you've got a room full of spiders, I don't know if there's a particular word for it, you can do that. So there you go. That's the phobia treatment experience. Have a look at zoos, aquariums, wildlife parks, community farms, pet shops. Look at running an event, listing it on Eventbrite. Okay, and somebody's just given us the name for the phobia of goats, but it left again very quickly. Very quickly, recommended software for hypnotherapists. There are links in the PDF. However, I'm going to tell you about GIMP. This is one of the reasons why I want to share my screen, because I actually had to search for GIMP today in Google, and the results were, somebody's just messaged me and gone, I use GIMP. GIMP, for those of you who don't know, is not all about weird masks and fetishes. Although, then again, there's a market out there for those of you who want to get into hypnosis for fetishes. If you really want to get into that, let me know. I get a couple of inquiries every month on that, but that's another story. GIMP stands for GNU, that's G-N-U, GNU, as in the animal, Image Manipulation Program. It's a free alternative to Photoshop. If you want to do any sort of work, if you want to put wording over an image, then if you're not going to spend lots of money on Photoshop every month, because they now rent it to you as opposed to sell it to you, then GIMP is your friend. It's completely free. It's open source. It works very similar to Photoshop, I'm told. I don't know. I've never used it, but I am told that it is one of the best free alternatives to Photoshop. So if you want to put together graphics to advertise your services, put a quick advert together, a meme for social media, etc. Or just put your contact details on a photograph of you or your business or similar, or send your graphic designer a couple of ideas of what you want your business card to look like, perhaps. Whilst we talk about that, if you are sending anything to your graphic designer, listen to them, find out what they actually want and what format. There's a big difference between the artwork that is prepared for on screen and the stuff that's prepared for printing. And if you don't send a really, really shit photograph that's been pinched off the internet, even your own website, that's a photo of you that's that big, and ask them to blow it up to an A3 poster, because it's not going to happen. 72 DPI at that, at RGB, is not going to print out at A3 at 300 DPI. And if you don't know what I'm talking about there, that's where you need to have a chat with your graphic artist. But yeah, GIMP, you can put stuff over the top, and I've just said GIMP 3-4 times, and I'm feeling like a childish teenager just for doing it. But I did actually have a Google screenshot of all my results for that, just to make me laugh, but it's not happening. So, more and more free software. Google Docs, it's a free word processor for you. We'll come to that very shortly on how you can use it. Used to use Microsoft Word, went off that, went to OpenOffice. That kept crashing for me, especially when I was doing some really, really big, heavy stuff, including graphics. Trying to write a book on a particular subject and want to put 80 graphics into that book. Best of luck, because OpenOffice just wasn't having it. Try Google Docs. I wasn't too enthusiastic about it. I didn't think it was going to do anything. You know what? It's probably the best word processor I have ever used. I will tell you why very shortly. However, Audacity, mentioned by Alex over the last weekend, free audio track editing software, absolutely brilliant. Get yourself Audacity. It isn't that difficult to learn how to trim out the beginning and the end, how to add a little bit of echo. There's a little tab in the menu and it says effects. You go to that, you go down and it says reverb. You choose that and you move the scale around until it sounds right. Want to add a background track? You basically go add track. And then you make it a little bit quiet. It's dead easy. If you can't work out how to use Audacity, type into Google, how do I add a second track in Audacity. And there will be somebody somewhere in the world of the internet who has put together a blog post or a web page on that subject. Yeah. And guess what? Because you're there, you'll probably recognize the name of the website the next time, or you'll be going back there, or you'll bookmark it. And eventually you might decide that, yeah, you trust them that much that you're going to subscribe to their newsletter, or you're going to buy the product off them. That's how free information works. Film Aura, that's Filmora. It's video editing software. I've used plenty of video editing software packages over the years. Filmora is doing, it takes a little bit of getting used to, but the outputs that it does are great for YouTube, for mobile use, for social media, for DVD. Like I say, it takes a little bit of a while to get used to, but I do believe that basically any video...
Piece of piss. Easy to find, and made even easier in the boot camp, the training videos.
It doesn't quite do what I wanted it to do at the beginning, but that's my fault, not Filmora's. I used to use a piece of software, something Studio 9. I don't even have it, I don't think, anymore on the computer. But that was literally a case of, yeah, it worked like Lego, and it did exactly what I wanted to do for certain purposes. But Filmora, yes, it isn't free. There is a charge. It is well worth, if you are going to start editing videos regularly, for whatever reason, it is well worth, sounds like a bloke's name, Filmora. No, not getting that. Oh, Phil, right, Filmora, yeah. An Irish bloke, yes. No, it's Filmora, all one word. It is worthwhile spending money on. I'll be honest with you, I did apply to Filmora last week for an affiliate link. They haven't sent me one, so let's do them. I'm still going to promote them because I still believe in the software. But however, if you were going to sign up for it, you know, I don't see any point in me not earning any money if it's not going to cost you anything. I do believe that I might have been able to get you a discount code at the same time, so you could have actually saved money. But everybody's lost there. OBS Studio. Slightly over the top for many of you right now, but OBS Studio allows you to run a virtual camera. And that virtual camera will allow you to do things like have, straight across the bottom of your screen, you can have a title bar in front of you. So it can actually have your website all the way through your broadcast in front of you. So you don't have to worry about virtual backgrounds in Zoom and having everything branded up or a sign printed out. You can actually have, you know, like a newscaster would have, you know. And you can do all sorts with it. You can run several cameras at the same time and hotkeys, and with hotkeys on your keyboard, you can have different scenes set. So you've got that bar there, and then by hitting number 2, it will then move to another bar with different information. So if you're doing something like this and you really wanted to, you could have 20 or 30 web links all written down and in front of you on the bar. There's all sorts you can do with it. It's free. Well worth having a look at. Not necessarily something you're going to be using now, but I thought I'll mention it now for when you're using it. Great for video broadcasting and also recording. Okay, and that's OBS Studio. Google Slides. Google Slides is a free alternative to PowerPoint as part of their Google Docs setup. So if you haven't got PowerPoint, or you're paying lots of money to Microsoft for PowerPoint and you're looking for an alternative that is stable, it is stable. Apparently it's just not stable whilst you're using a Zoom call. So possibly best to have a look at the alternatives there. But it is free and able for you to use. I will be coming back to Google Slides and Google Docs very shortly. In the meantime, Flashback Express Screen Recorder. It's a free screen recorder. It records everything that's going on your screen. It will record a particular window, it will record the whole screen, or you can actually draw out a little square and capture just that. Why would a hypnotherapist want one of those, I wonder? Well, let's start with why I like Google Docs. The headline to this section was going to be Can't Type, Won't Type. And the simple fact is that Google Docs has built into it, yes, it's cloud-based, thank you very much. It has built into it a dictaphone or a transcriber. And I could literally have it running in the background right now, talking to you, explaining all about all this software and how to use it and how to make money. And at the same time, Google Docs could be working away in the background, writing the book for me. I have bought Dragon Naturally Speaking software. I've got the Pro kit up there. The box is just behind the computer on the shelf. And I can tell you that I spent a fortune on that when it first came out. And it is nowhere good as Google Docs built-in software for transcribing voices. And if you get your website or your computer set up correctly, and it is a bit of trial and error this, if you already have a recording on your computer, you can actually play that and then walk out the room and let Google Docs transcribe it for you. So let's say you had you know, a video of you doing a non-CMT session, because obviously CMT has copyright, so you're doing something that you're completely winging for whatever reason. You grab your phone, you press record, you're chatting to somebody, you sort out their phobia of elephants, and then you take the phone out of your pocket, save the MP3, put it on your computer, press go, and suddenly you've got the recording transcribed. So you've got the script for use for next time. Google Docs, there's a lot in there. However, I would like to tell you, oh yeah, so that's also the lazy man's guide to writing your own book. Create it in Google Docs, literally instead of typing, sit and talk, then go through and edit it. A lot easier. Certainly if you can't type as fast as you can talk, because then you can come up with all sorts of great ideas instead of your head sort of being 3 paces ahead of your fingers and trying to catch up and type. If you go into the boot camp, we're not pushing the boot camp tonight. However, you now have less than 26 hours. If you're watching live, if you're not watching live, you've got even less time. If you're watching after Wednesday, you've missed out. And I bet you're kicking yourself. If you go into the boot camp, there's a whole section on passive profits, on how to publish your own books in Amazon using their publishing tools. Don't forget, if you do want a cover designing, you can use GIMP if you've got it set up correctly, which is, of course, for those of you who missed, new image manipulation program. It's got nothing to do with fetishes and leather masks. So you can use GIMP to set up your cover. Alternatively, you can contact your favourite graphic design artist and tell them the size of the book and the width of the spine and everything else, and the specifications that Amazon need the book in, because it'll be at a certain DPI and it will be in a certain colour format, and there'll be certain bleeds. And if you don't know what a DPI and a bleed is, and a safety zone, and how to embed fonts, then it's time to speak to your graphic artist and let him do it for the small cost that he will charge. And to be honest, if you actually provide a lot of the information, you just want it setting up, it isn't that expensive, you know, to have a book cover designed for you, because you've done most of the work. If you provide the content and you just want it all put in together so it's ready for Amazon, the cost might surprise you. You might actually turn around and go, my God, you're not charging me that much for what might only be 10, 15 minutes work. It's that whole adage of, yes, but I know which screw it's taken to make that job 5, 10, 15 minutes, whereas otherwise the submarine would have sunk. For those of you who don't know that analogy, I'll let you Google it later. Why would you order 100 copies of your own book? It's something that we see a lot on social media by the so-called experts, basically turning around and going, oh, pre-order my book right now, and I'll give you a signed copy. It's very nice of them. Is it because they're trying to sell 100 copies of their book? Yes, but not for the reasons that you might believe. The main reason they do it is so that once you've got a book that's in a niche market, say self-help, I don't know how niche the categories go on Amazon under self-help, but I'd imagine that there's probably another 3 or 4 levels to the point where you can end up with your book being one of only a dozen books in that tiny category. But you can then order 100 copies, sign them, number them, send them out. Okay, you're not going to get the same amount of profit as you would if people order them directly from Amazon. But there's 2 advantages. One, you've sold 100 copies of a book immediately, as opposed to waiting for 1 or 2 books to sell here and there as sales start to ramp up until the reviews happen. You will get reviews immediately because you'll be asking people. But also because 100 copies of your book have sold in 1 week, that could then put you on the Amazon charts for your category of self-help book, which means that you could technically claim to be, a top-selling author within the category on the cover when you redesign the cover next week to say that you are an Amazon bestseller, or the terminology that is acceptable, legal and ethical and honest. So within a week, you have suddenly become an Amazon bestseller, which means that you are the perceived expert in your field because of the category of book. You've written an Amazon bestseller, so you must be the expert. Now, of course, if you can't find 100 people to buy your own book, then it may be worthwhile just ordering 100 copies and using them as back-of-the-room sales and taking the hit on your bank account. If it costs you £2-3 for the book, well, so be it. But obviously, if you can sell them, if you can pre-order them or get them pre-sold and then ordered to your house before they go on general release, sign them all, package them up and send them out, even if you don't make any money or very little money. Worthwhile doing. So we've talked about cover designs. We've talked about not ripping people's photos from other websites because Google doesn't like it and other website owners don't like it. So where do you get your photos from? You can go to Shutterstock, who will charge you between £5 and £50 per photo that you choose to use, depending on where you're going to use it, whether it's in a blog or the cover of a book or a DVD cover, and you can pay them, and that's all well and good. And to be honest, Shutterstock have got some bloody great photos available. If you want to, however, create a quick poster for selling an event such as, I don't know, maybe a hypnotherapy course to several people over the course of 4 days, and you want to do it, without paying £50 per graphic because, you've got cheaper ways of doing it that are just as effective and just as good. You go to a company or a website called Pixabay. That's Pixabay. Pixabay.com. Don't write it down, it is in the PDF. And Pixabay.com are the leading authority, leading website in providing royalty-free photos for free. Yes, you heard that right. And how they do it is basically they encourage you to upload your own photos, and for free. And basically, once you've uploaded so many, then you become one of the inner circle. And as a signed up member that's uploaded photos, you get to download better quality photos and more photos at the time. I can tell you that Pixabay have over 1,000 photos that would be suitable for hypnotherapists and people of a holistic nature. Those that do Reiki, those who do acupuncture, those who sell crystals. I know that because I've downloaded well over 1,000, and I'm going to tell you this, I have no shame in it at all because everything I have done is completely legal, ethical, and honest. I have downloaded over 1,000 images from Pixabay. I've searched for them, I have scoured them, I have found the best ones possible for a number of different purposes, such as stop smoking, losing weight, anxiety, fear, pain, and everything in between, including about a dozen different phobias. And I've done that, and I've put them into folders, and I've put those folders into another folder, I've zipped them up, and I've put them in a wonderful little package called the Elite Hypnosis website kit. That is where the 1,000+ photos for hypnotherapists came from. I have downloaded them and searched for them so you don't have to. Obviously, we're not charging you for that. We have the right to charge you for those photos. However, the package as it stands now, because I have repackaged it as one unit, cannot be resold, as can't the websites. But Pixabay, for all your background images, all the photos that you're going to use in blogs, in posts, in social media, tweets and posts, that sort of thing, your DVD cover designs, your book cover designs, etc. Pixabay is amazing. There's very little that you can't find there. Okay. Don't forget free books and ebooks. If you give something away for free, it tends to give people a reason to come back to you. I don't know if they feel indebted, whether because they've got something for free, they trust it. Don't give everything away for free. People tend to value stuff at the price they paid for it. I have various training courses that I've been given to review and look at and join in on by hypnotherapists all over the world, and I must admit that some of them I haven't even managed to get round to yet. However, once I've paid for a course, that's more likely to get my attention. You don't need to go on a course because you've got the boot camp, and there is more in there than you will ever need ever again. I would like to tell you about the $1,000 video cheaters, I'm now calling it. This is something that has been playing on my mind for the last few weeks. I mentioned it to Alex, and I basically turned around and I said, it's a load of crap. I said, it's the cheapest, stupidest, tackiest thing I've ever seen. And then I slept on it. I still believe it's cheap, tacky, and all the rest of it. But it's growing on me ever so slightly, and I quite like it in a way. And this is a way that you can get a quality video created in minutes and on the internet for your posts, social media posts. You can add it to your website to advertise your products or to sell a concept or as an info video, one of those infomercial type things, or just with free daily tips. You don't have to pay for somebody to edit it for you. You don't have to pay for lots of effects. You can have wording on the screen without having to know how to use a video editor. Because at this point, ladies and gentlemen, if you followed everything I have given you, and you have already started, or once you watch this again, you've already started to download all the free software from all the free websites that I've recommended, you will now have everything you need to create really good videos for free with no experience of using a video editor. And it will take you less time to create a video than it will to do it in video editing, recording a soundtrack and then putting all the graphics on top. And here's how we do it, ladies and gentlemen. We go to Pixabay and we select the photo. We've got a rough idea of our script, obviously, at the beginning. What we're going to talk about, what we're going to sell, teach, share, whatever it's going to be within the video. We have a rough idea. Maybe we've got a little bit of a script written out, scribbled down on a piece of paper, on a whiteboard, whatever it's going to be. We go to Pixabay and we look for the graphics that we want to support that video. You know, so if we're talking about arachnophobia, seeing as we're using that a lot, you may or may not choose to go and download several photos of spiders. You may instead choose to download images of people who look frightened and worried and scared and anxious, so that you're not actually putting the spider on the screen, because that would then obviously create a reaction with the potential client. And if it creates such a reaction that they shut the video down and, you know, get anxious about it all, then the chances are they're probably not going to come to you for treatment if you've frightened the bloody hell out of them because you've got a great big hairy spider on a screen that's that big, and shit them up. But you get your images of Pixabay. You may or may not then edit them in GIMP with the wording over the top that you want to show on this video. There are better ways of or easier ways of doing it, but that's a possibility. You then get a microphone and connect it to your computer. The better the quality of the microphone, you know, the better it is. Look at something like, if you're going to be doing a lot of podcasts, again, another great way of getting subscribers to listen to you and to get them to visit your website is doing a podcast. Get yourself a half decent microphone, such as a Blue Ice Snowball, they're called. Something from that level upwards. At the moment, the prices are ridiculous, even secondhand, because of the whole Corona issue. But you know, the prices will drop very shortly when everybody's got them and they don't need them anymore. So you've got Pixabay, all your images.
As like I said the other day, I used to have a snowball, I've had a Yeti. Currently I've got something off eBay for 25 quid and it's just as bloody good. It just doesn't go brand name.
Okay, there you go. Either or. So you've got all your images stacked up from Pixabay. You may or may not have edited them in GIMP. There isn't particularly need. You may need to crop them a little bit, but I'll tell you how to do that shortly without using GIMP if you don't want to go to the trouble of learning how to use a graphics program. You've got a microphone. So how are you going to create a video out of all this? Well, what you do is you go into Google Slides, which is Google's free version of PowerPoint. And you start off with a blank slide and you drop your first image in and any text you want, and you make it fill the screen so it doesn't look like it's a Google slide anymore. And then you do another image, and it might be a photo of you, and it might be about how you were once scared of spiders, and it's a photo of you when you were younger. And now there's a photo of you in your therapy room and you're going to tell the world about how you've now overcome your fear of spiders, and because of that you are now a registered authority in the elimination of fears, phobias, anxiety surrounding spiders, and you're a member of the ACMT, and it's a photo of you in your therapy room, possibly with the ACMT logo next to it to give you even more credibility, authority. And you create each of these slides within your storyline that you've penciled out. And then once you've done that, you just go back to slide 1. You open it up, you go full screen. You take Flashback Express Recorder, which is the screen recorder that is free. You open that up and you record the screen and your voice at the same time as you scroll through each and every one of the slides, talking about how you have managed to change lives. You can have photos up with people that you've changed the lives of. You can have testimonials up. You can create a video with no expertise at all that is a beautiful infographic, moving image that will get people to interact and share it. It can be used for advertising your services, etc. Now, the reason I call this the $1,000 video cheat is because that's approximately how much that would cost you to learn if you went on a weekend's course with a chap called Joel Bauer. Joel Bauer is a multi-millionaire internet marketing guru. He does a lot on the work of books and other things. He charges well over £10,000 for a weekend's course. And part of that is he teaches this. He teaches a lot of other things that I can't share with you. I have been on one of his courses, so you don't have to. And that is basically how he creates a lot of his videos. He doesn't use Google Slides, he uses PowerPoint. He doesn't use Flashback Express Recorder, he uses something else, but the concept is the same. Create your slides, make them full screen, or select the area of the screen where your slide's going to be and scroll through as you're talking. And as you're talking, and this one is particularly going out just for Keith, who we were talking about doing an advert on eating healthily. So Keith might have the first slide that says, don't eat crap. And that's all it says as the opening slide. And then it would go through to what crap stands for. And then maybe it's got a photo of Keith, and Keith goes, hello, ladies and gentlemen, I once had an eating disorder. I don't know if Keith does. Obviously, Keith would only be very honest about whether or not he's got an eating disorder or not. He wouldn't lie about that, I hope, because that would be very unethical. And I do genuinely, I know it comes across as, oh yeah, he says that, but he's nudge, nudge, wink. No, I do honestly believe that, if you want to be honest with a, potential client, it is far better. There is something there about, there's something there about, something came up on the chat there. Forget about that. And you start chatting. And you know what your next screen is going to be, because in Google Slides, you've got a column down one side, the left-hand side, as I'm looking at it, that tells you what your next slide is going to be. So you know when it's time to skip to the next slide. And you can skip to the next slide just by using the down arrow on your keypad or the rollerball on your mouse, so that you're recording either as a part of the screen or your full screen at the highest res possible, and literally just going through the slides, recording your voice at the same time, so that the output is a video, which you can then upload to YouTube or social media platforms such as Facebook, so that you can then use it to promote yourself, to share free information, to get people to come along on your group therapy course, to tell the world about how wonderful this course was that you were on over the last 4 days. Because when you do that and you link to Alex's site because you're promoting him because it's that wonderful, you want to know how wonderful it is, and they can change their lives too. Because you shared that information, you become sharing and caring. You're not keeping all this information to yourself, because you're sharing this free information for the benefit of others. But next to that video, you can put a a written testimonial, along with some information that says about how, you know, after receiving over 500 hours of video training, for those of you in the boot camp, obviously if you're not in the boot camp, you can't claim to have received 500 hours of video training. For those of you that are in the boot camp, you have received it. Now, whether or not you've watched all 500 hours, that's a case of semantics, and at that point I will go, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, that's publicity for you. Slightly different to lying about whether or not you once had a phobia and all the rest of it. Having received 500 hours of video training with the expert in hypnotherapy, the head of the ACMT, the Association of Complete Mind Therapists, having been on this course, which has included the final part of your learning and your exam, you have now been awarded a certificate in Complete Mind Therapy and cured. Once you've posted that on social media and you've linked it and you've then posted it in your Facebook group or Facebook page that is probably liked by loads of other therapists and nobody else, but it'll make the therapists jealous. Once you've done that, you might then want to ring up a friend and tell them about it. You want as many people to like it and share it as possible, so you've got to give them a reason for doing that. You know, perhaps maybe that you know, you can say that you've received your online training and qualification. Now that could be understood that as a hypnotherapist, if you're an existing hypnotherapist, you are now qualified in treating through online channels such as Zoom. The fact that you have received online training and qualifications could be said that that's a little bit open to interpretation or misinterpretation accidentally by others. Well, that's their fault, not yours. But you could say to people that for the first 10 people that share this or like this, or the first 10 people that PM you or email you to such and such an address, they will receive a free ACMT session online. Or if you don't want to go down that route, you can say, this is my own personal opinion, as Alex said at the very beginning, we do disagree on certain things. My own personal way of doing it would be saying that I would be offering a half price session for the first 10 people, or I would be giving them a free gift of my latest book, or whatever it is. Just because my own personal view, and it is me personally, I'm not saying that it's wrong at all, it's just I would feel very uncomfortable trying to upsell a hypnotherapy session somebody I told was getting a free hypnotherapy session in writing. Okay, that's just me. I know it works for Alex, I know it's worked for other people because I've seen them do it, and it is a great marketing ploy. Okay, it's all down to how you feel about it and how confident you are. I mean, believe it or not, I am cheeky as hell when it comes to some things. Just that one, I don't know. It's my own personal view. So I'd offer half price online sessions because I've just qualified with online hypnotherapy training to make me safe and, you know, such, and especially after tomorrow when you've got all the Zoom training. God, you'll be trained as a Zoom hypnotherapist tomorrow, won't you? Because you've had the hypnotherapy over the last 4 days. You've had your marketing today, and tomorrow in the boot camp, you're going to get your Zoom hypnotherapy training or your Zoom training, which is another 20 hours. Suddenly you're at 40 hours of training this week alone, or in the last 7 days, that qualifies you as, or gives you your online qualification via Zoom. Once you've done that and you've got people sharing it and you've got people emailing you, imagine if somebody that was maybe a friend or maybe that isn't even on your friends list right now but sees it, was to start tagging the newspapers locally. Your local free paper, your local online paper, your local community paper. Because I don't know about you, but certainly in this area, I have about 2 or 3 different journalists who are friends of mine on Facebook, because anytime we've had a story for them, you know, it's just a case of tag them. And because they know that we do this sort of thing, they tend to then start following us and adding us as friends. So it's very easy to tag people when you know who they are, when they work for the Manchester Evening News or the Observer. That's great, that. I've been in the Observer newspaper. Technically, it's the Rochdale Observer, but I have been in the Observer. I have also been on Sky TV and the Daily Mail, or the Daily Mirror, Daily Mail. I've been featured on both of those. But that's another story completely, and that's one for anybody that ever comes on one of my tarot courses. Oh, how we laughed about that. So, you get somebody that's not you, because obviously if you were to link yourself to it, it just looks like self-promotion, whereas if somebody else tags the newspapers, they tend to sort of go, well, this is interesting. Oh, we might run a story on this, almost as if it was their own idea or somebody else suggested it. The fact that that might be a friend of yours or somebody that has recently unfriended you, just so they can tag you and looks like it's random, well, there you go. So that's the $1,000 video cheat. We did have a set of slides set up so you could actually see roughly how the video might go. I was going to do a voiceover for you. You'll have to wait until the PDF comes out for that. It was all branded for you as well, Alex, with your name and your website on. It'll look great. You can pinch it later, I'll send it to you, and you can do what you like with that.
Send it me now. I can put it on the end of it. If you send it me tonight, so it's early in the morning.
And then you can
Tag
screenshot
it on the end
it.
of this video, so when this video goes into the group tomorrow for the 48 hours before going into the boot camp, it'll be on there, then people will get the example.
Right, okay. I mean, it's not the full thing, but you'll be able to run a script behind it with a voiceover. So it's got half a dozen slides or so, and your website at the end. Right, managing client lists without Aweber. Aweber's great for building up client lists, for building up email lists, and so on. And well, worth signing up to Aweber. There's an alternative called MailChimp that is allegedly free. There have been some changes to MailChimp over the last few weeks, I believe. I've not been keeping up with it. But basically, you can have a little box on your website, and people can put their name and address in, and they can then receive their free gift for signing up to your newsletter. And that free gift might be, you know, 7 days and 7 ways to successfully lose weight. And you get them there by running a video, which won't take you long to do, with a load of graphics from Pixabay, all done via Google Slides. And then you get their email address, and they get their 7 days of emails sent to them directly because they've opted in. And once they've done that, and you've built trust and rapport, or they've downloaded their free book and they've read it, you can then send them an offer going, you know, if you'd like to lose weight, you can join me as a special one-to-one price of, and you hit them with a price. And your weight loss course might cost £1,000 for 4 weeks, or whatever it's going to be. Once you've done that, and maybe they don't respond, you know, but you've got the autoresponder set up, Aweber, so that after a week, you have it set so that if you haven't got a response off them, and you haven't taken them off that email list or moved them across to another email list, you can then set, it will automatically send out another email going, well, we sent you this offer, unfortunately it's over and done with, and you've missed out. However, I do have a group training session or group therapy session coming up online, and I've only got a couple of spaces left, and the price is just £200 for the 4 weeks group therapy session. Now, okay, you're not earning as much money out of one person, but if you can get 10 people in the room for 4 weeks, then suddenly you've got yourself £2,000 for 4 weeks, 4 hours work. But you'll record the session, as Alex is doing with this one, so that you've got a product to sell afterwards. Because if they don't sign up to the group therapy session, you can always email them again with, you missed out on that. However, I've got a set of DVDs or video downloads available for you to buy for the price, the one-off low price for the next week of $47 or whatever it's going to be, whatever you pitch your price at. So that you can then, you are taking them down almost a reverse funnel. Internet marketers do something called a funnel where they get you in and they keep selling you bigger and bigger, higher priced items. So that when you buy a piece of software that allegedly will design book covers for you, and you've seen the video that's been produced that looks absolutely amazing, you find that once you've paid your $67 one-time price instead of the annual fee of $139, you then find that there are add-ons that you may or may not need to get the results that you've been sold, and you're drawn down this funnel, and you're paying another $100 for that package. And then if you want the pro package with all the fonts and the rights to use it on certain platforms such as YouTube, then there's another package that needs buying, and it's a funnel of more and more sales. What we're doing is almost a reverse funnel, where we start off with a bigger priced item and we're selling them, because they're not buying that, we're offering them something smaller. We're trying to sell them a Rolls Royce, and in the end, if they haven't got the money for the Rolls Royce, they can't be asked, they won't get off their feet, off their asses to buy that. In the end, the last offer is a bicycle or a unicycle. Yes, downsells. Thank you, Omar. And if they don't do that, then tough, they are out of the loop and they have to start all over again by giving you their email address, unsubscribing, or remaining fat and not changing their lives. Now, how do you get an Aweber bots on your website? There's a plugin for it. Okay, but if you didn't want to do that, if you didn't want to manage a client list with, or an email list, etc., with Aweber, you wanted to get in touch with a group of people that were potentially all interested in buying a product or had a similar interest, a group cause, something that was common to each and every one of them. That's it. Thank you very much. Somebody's just posted it. You create a Facebook group. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all been on a mailing list of Alex's for the last probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, some of you, because you have been tagged into something, you have received things, you have probably actually reacted more or interacted more, engaged more with Alex's posts this way than you will have done with any single email that he has sent out to you in the past, because certain emails do get pushed to one side. I'll deal with that later. Whereas for some reason on Facebook, when that little red bubble appears, when you get told that you've been tagged in a post, when other people have commented on it, you go back and you see it time and time again and you can't escape it. The average American spends 3 hours a day on social media and messaging. The average American doesn't spend that amount of time looking at their emails. Just a thought. Okay. But if you can persuade people to join a group, a private, exclusive group, as you all have, then suddenly you feel this sense of community. And you share ideas and you share thought processes and you start brainstorming and you get opinions off each other, such as we did earlier today with the Eat Crap advert. Now, let's face it, you are not the final audience. You are not the target market for that advert, okay? And not everybody is going to like that advert when it's finished anyhow. That advert that was posted up in the group, and for those of you that are watching this afterwards that don't get to see the advert, sorry, you missed out. There was some really good content in that advert as a graphic. There were a couple of things that needed a little bit of tweaking. As it stood, it will convert. It will convert some people to buy that product. It won't convert everybody. The name of the game is to get as many people converted as possible, to sign up to that email list, to join that Facebook group, to message you and go, yes, I'm in. Yes, I want to attend that free course that you're running, only to find out that there's an upsell at the end. I've paused right now because I mentioned the upsell at the end. We are getting very near the end. I did promise you, ladies and gentlemen, that this was going to be a 2-hour call. I've given you 3 hours of my time so far. I probably do have a little bit more to share with you. I did promise that there wasn't going to be an upsell at the end. And there isn't, so don't panic. However, if you have enjoyed it, please feel free to add me on Facebook. Please feel free to leave a testimonial tagging me. Feel free to leave one in the group. Don't forget to download your PDF with all the links. Don't forget to actually put something in action. That's the thing. I can teach you all this. If you don't put it in action, you haven't wasted 3-4 hours of my time tonight. I mean, technically, you would have wasted 20-30 hours by the time I put all the slides together that we're not using because of the system. You haven't wasted that time because I've got a product at the end. And I can actually overlay these graphics that I have ready with my voice that I've already recorded so that I have a product to sell at the end. I may or may not sell it. I may give it away for free as part of the funnel of getting clients. I don't know yet. I'll see. But yeah, please do leave a testimonial in the group if you've enjoyed it. Keep in touch. Let me know what you're doing. I actually do care about whether or not what we teach, not only here, but on the live seminars. It's great to see that people are hitting the newspapers. If you do want advice, feel free to ask. Advice is always free. If you do want to buy us a beer and you're in Greater Manchester, when all this finishes, come and find us. Give us a couple of days' notice. It normally doesn't take me that long to clear my diary. Rearrange it, certainly, and I'm always up for meeting up with fellow hypnotists, hypnotherapists, having a chat and a beer and a laugh. There isn't an upsell, there is a cross-sell, if you like. Because, ladies and gentlemen, what I do as well as this is I run a rather successful, if I do say so myself, tarot business. And up until very recently, we were doing tarot readings for trade shows, outdoor events, corporate events, very expensive events for football clubs, 5-star hotels. Unfortunately, all that's gone now. However, very soon I am going to be running I don't know if it's going to be a 1 day, whether it's going to be a 4-day split up into 2 hours ago, but I will be running a webinar on reading the tarot. If you've got any interest in reading the tarot genuinely, let me know by PM and I will sort out a special price for you because you sat and listened to me waffling on for the last 3 hours. But I will sort out a one-off special price just for you. If you want to buy me a beer, feel free to come up to Manchester. If you can't make it to Manchester, if you'd like to buy me lots of beers, then buy the website kit. If you can't afford the website kit, genuinely, don't worry about it. There is no pressure. If you ever want leaflets doing, you know where I am. If you want a book cover doing, okay, cost you price of a couple of pints of beer and a little bit more. If you ever want a book cover designing, you know where I am. There isn't a big upsell, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to do lots and lots of you need to buy this. The first thing you really should be buying, if you've only got a limited amount of money in your bank account right now because of what's going on and all the rest of it, and you're being careful about what you're investing in, invest in yourself and invest in the boot camp. Okay, I don't get a penny out of that. It is a wonderful resource. It is absolutely fantastic. And the advantage is that if you buy the boot camp, it will probably buy my goddaughter a couple of extra tickets to musicals once this is all over and theatres are open. May that happen soon. A couple more sites to tell you about. Kunaki for drop-shipped CDs and DVDs. It's been years since I've used them. They are still alive. That's Kunaki, KUNAKI.com. You upload your audios, you upload your DVD files, and basically when you sell something, you go onto Kunaki, tell them, and they ship it out. It's all automated, it's drop shipping, and they're extremely cheap. Eventbrite, if you've got ticket sales for live events.
Oh God, sorry to butt in. I haven't used Kunaki either for, it's got to be at least 3 years.
Great for physical DVDs though, you've got to bet.
Yeah, I've just had a look at the website.
It's still the same, I know.
Yeah, no, they're still doing the same, but they're now doing on demand as you want it. You can have as little as one, as many vinyl records. Because they're making a comeback vinyl in HMV and all that. You can actually on demand have vinyl records.
Right, I'll tell you what. How about we upload CMT.
And get it on a vinyl record.
Vinyl record each. Yeah. Right, we'll sort that. I'll have a chat with you about that afterwards. Absolutely brilliant. Vinyl record. CMT on a vinyl record. Can you just imagine the Facebook post we could get on that?
$30 a unit, though, if you're only having one.
That's fine. Yeah. Well, I'll upload my voice and for $30 and have a... I mean, absolutely bugger all use to everybody else, and it'll never sell on eBay or anything, but, you know, it's an ego trip. I'll probably be the first hypnotist ever to do that, unless somebody gets in there whilst I'm still talking. Eventbrite. They do ticket sales for live events. They have also now adapted their system for online events, where you can actually upload a Zoom link. Great if you're doing one-off group therapy events. Don't mess about with trying to do 1 hour sessions that are available for therapy. That way it is going to be an absolute nightmare, and you do risk missing an event because the way the website's set up. I speak from experience. I've just had to refund 2 people because of, I'll hold my hands up, my fault. 90% of it was my fault. But I sold tickets to one-to-one online events over the weekend and missed the notification of the sale because it was the weekend and the way their website was set up. So I had to refund 2 people and apologise. I will be contacting them tomorrow and giving them a free session instead, because that's the way to keep people happy. Yeah, my fuck up, but yeah, don't load 40, 50 1-hour events up and expect people to book on them as a diary. That's just asking for trouble. They do have a app for event organisers, which you can upload to your phone. However, just make sure you are signed into it and it's set to send you notifications. That's how things happen. Selfie. Sell digital products online. If you go to Selfie right now, and that's where you will find the website kit. By now, I think we all know where that's going, so won't take that any further. But yeah, selfie.com, great for selling your online. Yes, thank you very much. Bye now. Yeah, great for selling your CMT audio, but don't forget you can upload your CMT audio when it's done with a nice graphic to sell it, and you can list it at a ridiculous price. And obviously, if you're charging £250, $250 for an hour's session, I don't know whether or not listing CMT audio for that is as ethical and believable, but you can certainly list it for $97 and offer it as a free gift to everybody that comes along as a download, when you give them the code that is only valid for 12 hours after the event or 2 days. So they actually see the perceived value of the download is genuinely £97, because that's what you've got it on sale at. Whether or not you ever sell one at $97, that's another matter. But of course, once you've got different covers designed through GIMP or your favourite designer, you can then upload, as Alex was explaining, various different covers for your different products. So you've got a product on selfie for $97 that is stop smoking, product on selfie for weight loss, product for phobias, which you can then dive into, and you can have different different recordings for different phobias if you really wanted to, because obviously every recording is specifically recorded for that particular phobia. Now, if you really wanted to be really careful, you could alter the speed ever so slightly on the recordings so they're not all exactly 53.5 minutes by going into Audacity and just tweaking the speed by 5%. It won't make a difference to your voice, it won't make a difference to the actual effectiveness of the recording, but it does mean that if somebody downloads the stop smoking audio MP3 and then they go to over here and they download the arachnophobia MP3, they're not the same length, they're not the same size of files, so they must be different content. Just something to think about there, if you wanted to. Yeah, selfie, absolutely brilliant for your downloads. If you really wanted to, I don't suggest you do this, but if you've got a website, you can have pages that are hidden from general view by not having a menu or having a place in the menu. And then you could hide your download there and go, thank you very much for purchasing such and such, and here is the link to your download. And you could either have the MP3 physically on your website using up bandwidth as it's being downloaded, or you could host it on Google Docs or Google Drive or Dropbox, etc., and have a link to that. There are risks associated with that. The advantage is you are not going to be paying selfie. I believe they're charging, off the top of my head, I can't remember what I'm paying now, $12, $15 a month, is it? Something like that, Alex? For the normal plan, selfie?
I couldn't tell you. I pay about $35 a month, but because I got a discount, but that'll go up next year to $50 a month. However, nothing gets deducted from sales, and also that entitles me to send out shitloads of emails to people on a regular basis.
You're on a different plan than I am. Yeah, so I just let the direct debit payments on the card, whatever it is. They come in, they go out. I don't worry about it too much. Probably not the best business decision I've ever made, but it works for me. But yeah, you can host the MP3s on your website now. If you do that, I guarantee that I will be able to find those downloads, even if you try and hide them from me, from website visitors, from Google, because I know how to go searching for things like that. And it does frighten me, the amount of people that put, internet marketers that have put really expensive products for sale, and then a download link hidden with the words "thank you for purchasing." Because what they've done is they've got a PayPal button on the sales page, and then when somebody's clicked on that, that specific PayPal button is programmed so that when they go to PayPal after the sale's been completed, it gets redirected back to a certain page, which is the thank you page, which happens to be the download page. It isn't that difficult to find, even if you're trying to hide it from Google, if you know what you're doing. So it is a risk hosting your own stuff, but it is a free alternative option if that's what you want to do. Couple more websites for you to write down. One is www.elitehypnosiswebsites.co.uk. Yes. However, what you're going to want to do is actually write down elitehypnosiswebsites.co.uk and then /ACMT. So you've got your branded ACMT products. Yes, I do make a little bit, but I make bugger all out of them. If I sell a coffee mug, I think I get to see, you know, 2-3 quid. I get to enough for a pint of beer in Manchester, perhaps, on a coffee cup. We do have a number of products, not just the ACMT products. I've got round about 300 different designs available across 78 different products and various sizes and all the rest of it. There are baby grows for the hypnotherapist in the family, which say, you know, on the baby grow, when I grow up, I want to be a hypnotist, but mummy says I can't do both. Not even a laugh on chatter there. But there's all sorts of stuff on there. But yeah, you know, if you really want to buy me a beer, then go to my Redbubble store and buy a product that will actually help your business, because you'll be advertising the ACMT and creating some level of rapport, believability, and so on. It must have been an adult joke, yes. But you've got that reassurance there because you are a member of a professional body. So whether or not it's a clock on the wall that says, you know, the ACMT getting the heart of your matters, whether it's the blanket that you're going to have, the throw for the chair, whether it's the shirt, the t-shirt, even the socks with the logos on. If you want to buy me a beer, honestly, go and buy something off my Redbubble store that you will actually use and will benefit your business. That's probably the best way. Another site for you, hypnoticconsultants.co.uk. That's the printing side of things. Yes, everything gets printed in Bulgaria and shipped out, or everything that we ship out in the UK is printed in Bulgaria. We do try and offer the cheapest printing possible. We do everything from leaflets and business cards right through to roller banners, and we've got a couple of new products coming out very soon, including light up roller banners. If you're interested in that sort of thing for trade shows, etc., let me know at some point, and when they're available, I will send you photos. But we're really excited about those. They're not being produced in Bulgaria, but we have got a special price on them. Okay, that's ACT. Oh, also on the ACMT Redbubble section, we're now doing Corona masks, if you really want one. We also do masks for magicians with playing cards on, etc., etc. But yeah, we're doing Corona masks. Not for medical use, for general public use only, but I do believe that they have a pocket in for a filter. I'm not allowed to make any claims about whether or not they will save you from corona, but they look bloody good. And, you know, one of those being worn in a photo on Facebook might get you a couple of likes, etc. It'll get me a pint of beer. MP3s and ebooks, we've mentioned about that. The sites, WordPress, I think that we are almost there. There's probably 101 things that I've either promised that I would tell you about or I've missed. but after, let's face it, 3¼ hours, give or take the 5 minutes that I was offline, trying to log back in, I think that I have got through a lot of what I want to. I will produce these slides as a PDF on the basis that obviously it's already branded with my website. You know, rather you didn't take the course that I've just spent time doing for you for free and basically trying to pass it off as your own tomorrow. There's nothing I can do to stop you apart from tell you that there's that wonderful thing called karma, and you know, I wouldn't be very happy. I will finish off with, there isn't an upsell, but you do have now 24¾ hours for the end of the bootcamp, and the website kit finishes on Sunday at midnight. Karma, no, karma as in K-A-M-A, yeah, not karma as in less anxiety. You know, there is a difference. Please do leave a testimonial for Alex on video. Please do share it on your wall. Please do use it with the fact that you've got new qualifications. As I say, you know, it will help get people into the next event at the end of June. But furthermore than that, it will help you get some sort of attention, publicity, and hopefully clients. I don't know what the situation is going to be with the private group that's set up, whether or not Alex is going to leave that wide open for us indefinitely, or if it's going to close after a while.
The group for Stay at Home and Hypnotize that everyone's in at the moment will remain open. However, the replay for this will will go up tomorrow, assuming that when I get up in the morning, that bit I need off you so I can tag it on the ends there. And then it will stay there because tomorrow is Wednesday. So it will then disappear again on Saturday morning, that bit.
Yeah.
The replays of the actual 4 days that everyone's been on, and the ability to chat to each other, because you know that other people in the group have been on the same thing as you, that'll stay there forever because it's a private group. No one else can ever get in.
Well, what we'll do is run the advert bit as a separate video, just as a demonstration without...
Right, yeah, sure, whatever, yeah.
That can stay up in the group because there's no information attached to it, and, you know, it'll give people something to, you know, talk about and think about. Thank you all very much for all of you that turned up. Thank you for those that managed to stay awake and stayed in the room. We didn't actually lose that many people. 1 or 2 people have obviously had to disappear for whatever reasons. I get it, there are other commitments, and of course there were other things happening, and this was short notice. I don't know if I'm going to be repeating this at the end of June. That's something I'll have a chat with Alex about between now and then. If I do, and, you know, as far as I'm concerned, you're more than welcome to come back and join in again. Hopefully by then we'll have got the slides sorted, or we'll have some way of doing it. So you can actually see the hard work that went into producing them all 50 of them. But thank you all very much. I will see you about, no doubt, on Facebook in the groups, and good luck with everything, because I know that with all the information that Alex has given you, you will be successful. I am going to go and get a beer. I suggest that if we run a quick Q&A session online, if anybody's got any questions, we can do it on the microphone.
What, in the group?
Yeah, in the group now. Here.
Oh, here.
Microphones.
I'm all right for about 20 minutes and I've got to go.
Right. Do you want to start dealing with anything that you need to fill in and any questions, and I'll go and get a beer?
Oh, go on. You go and grab a beer.
Right. And,
I haven't really got anything to tell you today.
the PDF is being produced or has been produced?
He's gonna. I don't know if he said he's done it or he's got a couple of things to add, but it'll be in the group tomorrow. He said.
Yeah.
I imagine if you think leave it till about 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow UK time, and I guess.
Yeah. My video that you just put up, you tagged me in it several times. You only want me to put it on my timeline once, don't you?
Oh yeah, no, I've just tagged you so you knew it was in different groups, and so people can find you if they want to come and see you're a real person.
Because every time you tag it, it's asking me, do I want to put it on my timeline?
Oh right, bloody hell, that's Facebook for you. Yeah, no, just the once or whatever. Yeah, no, thanks for that, Keith. Brian, do the video, stay in the group. Of the 4 days training that we've done with me, yeah, they'll stay in the group. This with Stu will go up tomorrow, but he's only staying up for 48 hours.
Yeah.
But the actual stay at home and hypnotize training, yeah, you guys who are in the private group, we're the only people who can see it. They'll remain in the group.
My second attempt to get that video, I went out at midday and I couldn't see a bloody thing on the screen. I was just blinded, so I had to go out later on when I could see.
That's bad, yeah. Well, thanks for getting it done. I know it's been a bit blinded. Ta-ra, Margaret. Take care. Just in going there. He's back. So I will just put him back up. It's 18 minutes past on my thing.
Stay live. Stay live if you want. If there's any questions, there's no difference whether it's your face or mine on the screen at this point.
Well, no, I'll put you back, but everyone, you've got like 15 minutes really, so ask questions because I'm gonna have to close this down by 20 to 12 because my fish pie will have cooked. That's in the oven.
Yeah, must admit I've got some lamb that needs to be eaten. Yeah, if there's any questions, either microphone or unmute yourself. You can do that now, I believe, just by.
I'd like to apologise, Stuart. I'm guessing everybody must have seen that for the first 40 minutes it was so hot in my room here, I suspect I went to sleep. I apologise to watch the replay.
Don't worry about it. The replay will be in the group. It will also be in the boot camp for those of you that are members. If there's any extenuating reasons why, for whatever reason, such as medical conditions or family emergencies, you haven't been able to watch it tonight, and you genuinely can't watch it for another 2 days, let me know. I will sort something out, I'm sure. I'm not a complete bastard, despite what they write about me on the internet. It's just, obviously, I don't want to leave this up forever because I want people to take action and watch it and go, great. And I think that this is the sort of thing that really ought to be in the bootcamp for bootcamp members. With
the websites, that's 9 websites, is it, or is it 10?
It's 10 now, I believe. I can't remember.
I thought it was 10, but I was looking at it and it looks more like 9.
It's definitely, well, no, there was, but there's at least 10.
Yeah, we've thrown a.
At least 10. It might be 11, but we'll just say 10. Then it's definitely.
Yeah.
Because on the advert it says 9.
Yeah, on the advert it says 9.
Later on it says the hypnobirthing one's bonus as well.
Yeah, hypnobirthing was added afterwards because I had a client that wanted hypnobirthing. And I said, well, you've got 2 choices because it's a niche market that I haven't already covered in the kit.
Yes.
I will build it for you and then add it to the kit instead.
If I buy it, will I really be able to do it? Because I've had a major head injury. I've got 80% brain damage. And I struggle just to run through tutorials because my memory capacity is really, I have to keep running through the tutorial again and again and again.
Can you use Microsoft Word?
Could you repeat that, please?
Can you use Microsoft Word?
Microsoft, I use OpenOffice.
Well,
right,
you
the
use
equivalent.
OpenOffice.
You can type in OpenOffice. You know how to copy and paste?
I can copy and paste, yeah.
Whether it's an image or a photo, you know how to copy and paste. You're 90% of the way there to using WordPress then.
V and Control, and yeah, I can do that.
Right click and copy and paste. Just literally.
Right click because the mouse is buggered.
I mean, there's only one person that can answer that question of whether you can use that, and that will be you at some point. If you want, I can sort out a test site for you so you can see how it runs in the background. I've got, I don't know if I've got a test site that's available right now, but I can always upload one and talk you through it and see what it's like for you. As I said, you know, the uploading of WordPress to the right server isn't hard work. It's about a 5-minute job of, it's just a case of trying to select the right things at the right time. It isn't rocket science. There are people out there that will do it cheaper than I will, because I really. Sorry?
You made the tutorials, did you?
I didn't make the tutorials. I bought the rights to them. I found them for sale for private use only, and I approached the person who produced them and went, I want resale rights for my clients.
Okay.
As long as they're bundled with the package, then
I'll buy it. What is it? It's about £97, isn't it? $97.
That's one for Alex too. I'll tell you what it is. It's approximately 97 UK sterling. It's $119.55 US. Whatever the exchange rate is there. There we go, 119 US.
That's about £85. I'm guessing.
In pounds, it's about £97. That includes the 10. I'll tell you what, seriously, right? Even if you only use one website and you manage to get it up and you don't do anything with it, including blogging or anything else from that point forward, the fact that you've actually got a hypnotherapy website up for the cost of £97 or whatever it is, plus your hosting fees, which will be less than £100 because you've only got the one site. So you can go to D9 and use your 40% discount if you go to hypnosiswebsites.co.uk/hosting and click on that link. Then you will be getting your first year's hosting for probably less than £50, including a free domain with them, because they offer a free domain when you buy your hosting through them. So all in all, for your first year, for one website, it would cost you 150 quid. Okay. Okay, there's a charge if you want me to install WordPress and set it all up for you. I'll have a chat with you about that. I really don't like doing it. It's a pain in the ass for me. It bores me to hell. There are people out there on Fiverr who'll do it cheaper, and I'm not saying I don't want your money. You know, if I charge you £50 for sitting here and doing it and it takes me 10 minutes, then that's a few pints of beer. But I really don't want to do it, Keith.
There's instructions in the tutorial for me to do it myself, are there?
There are. The video tutorials are ever so slightly out of date when it comes to actually creating new pages and posting stuff, because WordPress has had an update recently that makes it even easier to work. So if you can actually watch the videos and you understand them, then you'll breeze through it. The actual uploading of stuff isn't difficult. I'll talk you through it. I'll have a chat with you. If you buy the kit, I'll have a chat with you about it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Just tell Alex to, give me a nudge, and I'll sort that one way or another. Okay.
So how many weeks will it take me to get through the tutorials?
Oh, you just watch the tutorials as and when you need. They're about 5 minutes each. They're not long.
Okay.
Literally, don't for God's sake sit down and watch the 20+ videos in one go. There's absolutely no need. When you need to install WordPress, watch the installing WordPress video.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Watch that and leave it open in your browser, because it's all been secretly hosted on YouTube. Don't tell anybody. So it saves me sending you actual videos or downloading video files and you using up your bandwidth. So
I think it's all being hosted where?
On YouTube.
On YouTube, okay.
So you get links to all the YouTube videos, and then just literally click on the one you need,
Yeah.
So first of all, it'll be setting up WordPress. You click on that.
Yeah.
You click on that, and basically at that point, watch that video, do what it says. When you're ready to add a new page,
Yes.
you go to the video that says add a new page to WordPress. You watch that one, and it probably takes you about that one's probably only about a minute and a half long.
Mm-hmm.
You open that up in your browser, you watch it, and in another browser tab, you do what it tells you to do, and you create the page. And that's it. Until you need to do anything further than that, don't sit down and watch the videos. It will just bore you to tears.
Okay, I'm going to have to create graphics and photos and all that kind of stuff to go on the page, no doubt.
Go to Pixabay and download them for free, legally. Yeah.
Okay.
So where you want a photo that promotes, say, weight loss, you don't even have to do that, because there's a big folder in the website kit with 1,000 photos. There's a folder in there that says weight loss. So you go in there and you select one of those photos, either somebody that's really fat, or a photo of somebody that's really slim, or there's a brilliant photo of a set of glass scales and tape measure sort of lying on top of it, that almost gives you that idea of weight management. It doesn't say weight loss, it doesn't say weight gain or eating, it just says it's to do with weight management. You select the best photo and you can literally just throw that in, because when you've got your new page open in WordPress, you literally click new block, and this block is going to be an image. You tell it it's going to be an image, and it goes, where would you like to place this image? Where would you like to find the image?
Yeah.
And you say, I'd like to find it on this folder. You go to, as you would with uploading a photo to Facebook.
Yes.
If you've already uploaded it, there's a media library, and you go to the media library and you select the photo that you've used previously. Job done.
Okay.
It is that easy. Seriously, I've got 65, 60 or 70-year-old bloody technophobes that are now running their own websites. And very, very little input from me. They're adding literally dozens of YouTube videos themselves. That was one thing I forgot to mention, folks. YouTube videos, really quickly. Once you've created your video, before you upload it to YouTube, rename it. Don't call it whatever it's standardly called. So if it comes off your phone and it's called MOV95, rename it to World's Greatest Hypnotist in San Diego that deals with phobias of crocodiles and alligators in California, and it's an irrational fit, and you get all your keywords into the title of the file. And once you've done that, you then upload it to YouTube, and people will tell you that it doesn't make any difference. It does. We've seen it happen. You then put the real title of the video into YouTube. So you might call it Beat Your Phobia of Reptiles in San Diego, California. And you keep it nice and snappy and short. See what I did there, snappy, fear of reptiles. So you do that, and there you go. You then put all your keywords and your tags into the box that says tags. But if you rename that folder first from MOV95 to Beat Your Phobia of, and you have all the keywords in that title, no matter how long it is, you will get a lot more views and a lot more hits. That is one of the reasons why, and it's one of the oddest reasons. If you go onto Alex's YouTube account, or one of his YouTube accounts, I don't know if it's the main one that he uses for web work, you will find a photo of myself, or a video of myself and him doing synchronized hypnosis in a pub one night. And it's basically the pair of us with two very nice looking female volunteers, and we're doing the drop back induction at exactly the same time. There is absolutely nothing to it. It's just a bit of you know, one of those short video clips that was filmed on somebody's phone and uploaded to YouTube. It was uploaded to YouTube with the right wording. And because it's got certain words in that aren't normally associated with hypnosis by other people, it actually gets a hell of a lot of hits. Because it attracts a different market. Now, the fact is that the market is attracting because it was all filmed in a gay bar in Greater Manchester, and it's got those keywords in, isn't the market that either of us were trying to attract on the, but there is, you know, a big market for fetish side of things with hypnosis. If anybody wants to get into that, as I say, let me know. There's good money to be made out of it. So, but yeah, you know, there's a tip for you.
London.
Sorry?
There's a big market for that in London.
Yeah, that's where one of the people that keeps clients, one of the potential clients that keeps coming up to me or contacting me is from.
Yes, because
it's just something that at the moment, you know,
the hotbed for pervery, particularly with all the MPs and all that kind of, and I don't want to go near them because they've got real.
I'm just having a quick look. There were a couple of questions. Right, Les has said goodbye. Sorry, Les, if he's gone. I will see you later. Omar's asked a question. What was my biggest breakthrough and how can others have theirs? My biggest breakthrough was honestly when I realized that internet marketing isn't actually the biggest scam that I thought it was. And Alex has just left the room. I can't believe he's not here for me to say that.
I was going to check. I just went.
You've muted yourself now?
I just went to check how long my pie's got, and it's got about 6 minutes.
Right. Just saying, Omar's asked, what was my biggest breakthrough and how can others have theirs? I honestly do believe that my biggest breakthrough, well, there were two biggest breakthroughs. One was the realization that I can hypnotize anybody, but hypnosis doesn't exist. And even if you're a therapist, seriously, guys, go out and do a bloody stage hypno show. It's good fun. Even if you don't carry it on. It's all in the boot camp. Bloody good.
Back in March.
It's hard work.
I've done one before. It was great fun. But unfortunately, it was only 12 minutes long.
What? Hypno show?
Well, I was asked to do a speech on any topic. They picked my name out of a hat and they gave me 12 minutes. So I thought, okay, let's do, and I'd never done it before. I thought, let's do some stage hypnosis. And they loved it. But they only gave me 12 minutes and I stretched it to 20.
Right, next time it happens to you, do a confidence building session. Do the circle of confidence. I don't know. I know Alex does it regularly at certain events that he talks at.
It's in the boot camp.
It's in the boot camp. There you go. The golden ring of confidence. Your thumb and your forefinger pushed together.
Complete mind therapy, but no, the bigger version. I thought you meant the bigger version.
No, the 12-minute. Just get up and speak for. But biggest breakthrough, actually realizing that whilst there is a lot of scums out there on the internet, especially in marketing, those that are actually teaching what they know. And this is a really weird one for me because Alex will tell you that maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago, you'd never have got me even on an online course, never mind actually teaching what I know now. Because I honestly believe that those that were teaching internet marketing were holding something back. They didn't have, there was something dodgy about it.
Well, a lot of them are still.
Well, yeah, there is. But as Alex will tell you, I was very skeptical about internet marketing as a whole thing because it just felt, if you had the secret on how to sell something, why would you share it? Why would you sell that when you could actually sell the product that you could sell? I understand it now. But at the time, and I think that probably was my biggest breakthrough. And that took years of oh God, nights in pubs, afternoons in beer gardens, as we meet. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, I might be sat here with a beer right now, and you know, I meet up with Alex in a pub once in a while when it's safe to do so. Doesn't make either of us actual alcoholics. We just happen to meet in pubs because it's easier than anywhere else. But yeah, just literally, you know, that breakthrough of I can sell the secret of what I know because there's more to it or there's less to it, and it's not as, you know, not all internet marketers are dodgy. So I think that's probably part of the answer to Omar, and the other part is doing my hypno show, first ever hypno show, which, well, first ever hypno show, and the one I did in a venue called Candlelight, which is mentioned in Paul Daniels' autobiography, and big hero of mine with an interest in magic.
I had a great laugh a couple of years back in Oxford Street in London, walking around with a friend of mine called Danny Shine. You can find him on YouTube, and walked around London with a megaphone doing hypnosis. It was hilarious because Danny Shine walks around with a megaphone, upsetting the police and campaigning for free speech, and he suddenly started saying, "Look out, there's a hypnotherapist working in the area." Then he gave me the megaphone, and so I had to start calling people over to be hypnotized using the megaphone.
We
I was
will,
in the street there, which I
can just interrupt there and say, from the legal point of view, that depending on what part of London you were in, obviously, I'm assuming that you had a license to do so. You have permission from the licensing authority. Don't answer me on that, whether or not you did, Keith, please. Yeah, just if you're watching this at home right now, guys, don't go out and buy a megaphone.
If you ever want to do anything like that, and I've got to go, we've got to bring this to kind of an end, but go into boot camp and watch the transparency templates that you can do it in a safe, I'm sure it was safe, but legal manner, because in England, what Keith's just described would be illegal, and if the police were to get a complaint, you could face up to a £10,000 fine and or 6 months imprisonment.
You did mention hypnotherapy, Keith, so you know there would be
technically that gives you an arguable defense.
It gives you a loophole.
One of the sections.
It only happened because I wasn't expecting it.
Don't get me wrong. I actually love the idea of.
Yeah, I know, brilliant publicity.
However, we've got to be very careful on what's said from.
That's basically to have some questionnaires on you that you get people to fill in afterwards. Collecting research and data, and it makes it legal.
Yes. I can't see any other questions right now.
If anyone's got any more questions, I suggest you post them in the group.
Post them in the group, tag me.
Stu will answer the replay of this.
I've got one question, if I may.
Yep.
Hurry up, yeah. Can I be stopping this in 3 minutes?
About Sellify, if I go to Sellify with my amazing product, my MP3, how easy is it to sell it? Because nobody on Sellify knows me. Am I going to put it there and people are just going to start buying it?
What's the millionaire plan? If you boot camp, of which you remember,
you've just
really... and you will then to buy it from where it's hosted. People magically find stuff, with the exception of books. They can magically just find them on Amazon because Amazon spend money on advertising them because they want your book to sell because they make money for printing it when they sell them. But stuff on shelf, it's not magically just going to sell. Nothing magically just sells. You have to get traffic there. which is, as I say, explained in Millionaire Plan and Passive Hypnosis Profit System.
Much more
Goes
than-
inside the boot camp.
That's pretty
I didn't hear what he said.
right. Yeah, you'll have to. It won't magically sell on its own through selfie. You've got to literally send people towards it
Yeah.
to get attention to it. So what you're looking at is basically, social media, website, etc., marketing. It's all in the boot camp under passive hypnosis profits and millionaire plan.
All right.
Right, one final thing. Somebody said, so don't mention hypnosis in the street. No, you can mention it, you can talk about it. If someone asks for a demonstration, don't say you're going to hypnotize them unless it's for hypnotherapy or it take too long to explain now. Watch the transparency template.
Performances of, to be really quick about it, performances of hypnosis in the UK for entertainment purposes in public areas or public venues without a approved license from the local council are illegal under the 1952 Hypno Act. That's probably as quickly as we can say it.
Well, there's ways around it that are legal and lawful and are fully explained in transparency template in the boot camp.
Oh, yes.
If you've got any questions, put them in the group. Please do post in the feedback for Stuart. The link's here somewhere, but it's also in the group. If you click on announcements for the website kit, the offer ends midnight this Sunday on that. The boot camp offer ends midnight tomorrow. And all of Stuart's web links and such like can also be found inside the group by clicking on announcements. I'm sure he'll put a post up there shortly after this with them as well.
I'll be putting a web link up. Give us a couple of hours on that because I want to update the PDF. But I'll be putting a PDF up in the group with all the links in. In fact, I'll do that ASAP. The PDF with all these slides on will be a little bit longer. Then again, that's just facts and figures and titles and death by PowerPoint. So you're not really missing much out on that yet. And then sometime between now and tomorrow, I will send over to Alex the files for doing an online on-screen video work. So that he can create a test video and show you how easy it is. Because if Alex can do it, using what I've taught him, then anybody can, quite honestly. And quite looking.
Play up in the group by lunchtime tomorrow. So with that in mind, thank you, Stuart. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
12:45, I'm about to click end, so we will see you all in the group, and I will be in there in a little bit as well.
Take care, guys. Good luck. Good success. Goodbye.
Bye for now. Good night.